Welcome everyone to CRL Asia Season 2. My name is Joseph and joining with me is Morty Simon as always, and we're here for the second day of our event in terms of the regionals back at us, with Korea being the day for today. It is good to see and good to expect that the Korean teams are no longer going to be just losing. Some of the teams will be winning. Of course, some of the teams will be losing as well.
Yeah, Korea has not had the greatest run through the conference division. They've been getting destroyed, would be probably the most accurate term we could use.
It's the least of what we could say.
Yeah, there's a lot of things we've been saying, but the getting destroyed is probably it. But now we can at least guarantee Korean teams are going to win games, and it's uncharted territory for us lately.
I mean, not all the teams will be losing, and some of the teams will actually be winning. It's a great news. Already it's been guaranteed for Korea. It doesn't matter how it works out. It doesn't matter how many ties they would get. There's always going to be coming out with a winner. So we emphasize this because throughout that conference division, it has been very graphic of what Korea has gone through in terms of them being torn to pieces, and by Southeast Asia and Japan, we've been looking just heaps above every team in Korea, and this explains why Korea has all four teams in that region having a losing record right now. None of the teams have a positive record that they would want to boast about.
Yeah, I think it was the first or second week of conference division when Korea played Japan. The first time round in Korea, it was 4-4. And we were like, wow, Korea, they actually look pretty good right now. And then since then, they just haven't managed to repeat their results.
And this is what it is. Korea has KingZone and DragonX way up on top. But this team has worse of a record than the third place of both of the other regions.
Yeah. It just goes to show that the whole of the Korean region has been in a bit of a slump lately.
Yeah.
And nobody has been getting wins. The only team who's been winning the last few weeks, that team right at the bottom, which is OG and ENTUS, who are 2-9.
It's really like a desert when you're finding for an oasis and you're looking for that water, and it hasn't been coming around for a couple of weeks for anybody else except OGN, because you do talk about OG and ENTUS and kind of represent what they have been doing recently. It is literally been the same OGN, but the reason why they're getting the wins is just because of that one player, TNT, literally single-handedly winning all the games while the other teammates are losing. But still doesn't matter when TNT wins all the games. It will still be a win for your team. As we're looking at today's matchup, OGN will play today against KingZone DragonX, so we're kind of hoping for that Expo Master TNT hype matchup in that 1v1. Let's see if we can get that.
Yeah, it's worth noting that before today's first game, OG and ENTUS still have a chance to qualify for playoffs.
Yes.
If Sandbox win, I believe OGN's chances are nil.
You have to have KingZone win every single match.
Except against OG and ENTUS.
Except against OG and ENTUS, obviously. But
Sandbox to lose every match.
Yes. And OP Gaming, they can win one game against Sandbox. That will do. And speaking of that, we're going to get this very important matchup for OGN because we're getting OP Gaming and Sandbox. OP Gaming currently at third and Sandbox at second, which means that for OGN to get through and get themselves possibly to the playoffs means that OP Gaming has to beat Sandbox here.
Yeah, but if for OP Gaming to keep their playoff dreams alive, they need to win this anyway.
Yeah.
So they can do this. They can, but the last time they met, Sandbox won 2-0.
That's true, and we will see if Sandbox can do it again, but these OP Gaming players are looking a bit stiff in terms of literally them not moving around. This is not a still camera, guys. This is absolutely moving, and we are going to be going over towards Sandbox to introduce these players, and we do see Uchan Chashi on that 2v2 for OP Gaming. Who we're going to get for Sandbox? Let's find out here. It is going to be Beaver and Ito? No, it's not it, so it's not in order, so we don't know.
Not in order this time round, it's in random order. But we have Beaver, Ito, Kani, Sado, Shinshu, and Thunder making out Sandbox. They started out so strong. They finished last season so strong. But then they've gone through a bit of a slump recently, and that is what's hurting their chances of qualifying for the playoffs.
Well, I mean, if we can see from the outside, kind of leading onto the 2v2, it should be Beaver and Connie. Not Beaver and Connie, Beaver and Shinshu being the one to go up in this 2v2, but we'll find out once we get the actual direction of the roster we're getting. And the handshakes coming from Chashu and Beaver to round things off, and we will get this 2v2 underway. A very interesting 2v2 between two teams that have not tasted a victory for a very long time, Simon.
Well, I mean, we can say the same thing about every Korean team right now.
Except
like,
OGN.
Except OGN, nobody has tasted victory. So this is their chance. We see the Tornado ban as standard and a Lava Hound ban for Sandbox in the 2v2.
And we might just see the Golem being a huge priority. And obviously the things like the Royal Giant are still in play. And obviously the Giant Skeleton, when you pair that up with it, it does a pretty good job. And you also got the option to go for Royal Hogs. These are definitely options when you got the Tornado ban. It does help out in that aspect. So we will see what deck choices OP Gaming and Sandbox have decided to form up with today, Simon.
Yeah, Hogs have been devastating in the 2v2 meta. Like, we've seen them so much, but the win percentage of that deck is not as high as we see with the Royal Giant Skeleton deck, because Korea have been playing Hogs, so the win rate is low.
Wow.
With the Royal Giant Skeleton deck, the SEA teams perfected that deck. They understand it perfectly, and it's insane to watch it work.
Well, I know it's purely statistics of the Royal Hogs deck going down, but obviously with the Koreans playing it, it does kind of make you say that whatever the Koreans decided to use for their decks, the win percentage of that would have went down and would have made the deck look bad. So, and we kind of saw that with one of the cards. I believe Sparky, we did face the first defeat of the Sparky deck with a Korean player.
2 times in a row, I think.
Yeah.
But let's just say this is the time where the Korean region can turn it around. This is the time where they're going to be winning games. They're going to be playing against people they know. And they could take the positivity of these next 2 weeks of playing inter-region games through to the playoffs and possibly perform much better there than they have been doing in the conferences.
Isn't that what we're all hoping for? Because if they go with the current mindset, the current morale that they have, that they've really aggravated themselves with for these past few weeks, it will be a bad situation, but it is time for some positivity as these two teams now ready to taste some victory. We'll get it. OP Gaming and Sandbox 2v2. Let's get this underway.
Alright, so Oichan Chasu in blue for OP Gaming at the bottom of the screen, and Beaver and Shinchu in red for Sandbox at the top.
There we go, starting up with the Miner. It's going to be the plays, and the guards are going to be just swiped away by the log, but still will not go that to waste, because you will rather have the guards lose their shields rather than losing some HP on your tower. So pretty good start defensively for Uchan and Chashu. Of course, not losing any HP on that tower quite yet, other than the log damage that came through.
Yeah, we do see that Sandbox have double Royal Hogs in their hands. They have the Royal Hogs, but they also have the defense for the Royal Hogs, which is the bomb tower. And OP Gaming, they also have the bomb tower, which will help defend if they play it there. And one Hog actually gets through, and there is a Miner behind. Ooh, that's gotta hurt.
But the cannon card is there to kind of stop the defense of all these things coming through, and this little Infernal Dragon got a lot of that. And it's going to see the Graveyard for the very first time here, Simon. We're going to get try to get the cannon card in through the bridge and get it in range, but did not work on that part. So we're going to see an offensive poison to get rid of that Dark Goblin. But we're going to see what happens from here, because still a lot of threat being pulled off now.
Yeah, will they be able to defend those Hogs? The answer is kind of. They have taken a lot of damage. 1-3-7-5 remained, and now 1-2-9-1, 1-2-0-7.
Well, I mean, OP Gaming, you're talking about they need to win this game to make sure they come as an opportunity to get back in second place, but so far, that's 2v2 is looking favorable for Beaver and Shinchu, really utilizing those Hogs very nicely, and it's going to get basically the half of that left tower already gone down, and we will look at this Infernal Dragon soon enough. It will meet this P.E.K.K.A. Can it get the damage through, though?
It did, yeah. The P.E.K.K.A. Oh, no, wait. The P.E.K.K.A. is fully alive, and there is the Graveyard. A defensive poison from Sandbox is going to cut that out. And only a little bit of damage has been done to Sandbox's towers. Like, OP Gaming's offense just hasn't been working out as well as Sandbox's has.
We are looking at this graveyard being the main win condition for OP Gaming, but really hasn't come to fruition quite yet. It's still 1710 HP. It hasn't marked away for the next 30 seconds or so. They're going to try it again with the cycle being a lot faster in this double time here, and we are going to see this Dark Goblin on the back. Look at that. It's just getting so much value done defensively. Now we're going to see a very, very strong counterattack. Let's see if OP Gaming can defend this.
Yeah, they are taking a lot of damage. One of those hogs is still very much alive. The miner is there. That tower is going down. 474, 447. They throw out the graveyard to try and get some counter damage done there, but nothing is getting done. The guard's defending almost perfectly. 1 or 2 hits from those graveyard skeletons, and that's not what you want to see as OP Gaming.
And you are looking at this cannon card just trying to connect, trying to get in, but it's going to be wiped away by the fireball already. And look at this. The miner is here. The log is here. And Beaver and Shin2, their win is here for the very first time in a long, long time. It's going to be game 1 win for Sandbox.
Yeah, Sandbox's offense was just way more effective that game. The defense from OP Gaming just was not there. And Sandbox defended perfectly. Everything that OP Gaming threw at them, they defended well. They also had the poison there for the graveyard. They had the bomb tower if there were hogs. So many defensive options for Sandbox. It was just really hard to get through.
I mean, talk about the main win condition being the graveyard for OP Gaming. You had the poison on the other side, which is a direct counter for Sandbox. And you talk about what the main condition for the side of Sandbox was. It was the Royal Hogs. And what is the main counter spell? It is the Fireball. But did they have it? No. It's just the kind of the lack of the mid-tier spell that is so necessary to counter each opponent's deck. It was a little bit different and varying in terms of Sandbox out-favoring that one, having the poison rather than the fireball.
Yeah, they did have the bomb tower, which is the answer right now in 2v2 for the hogs, but it just wasn't as effective because they could keep double cycling. They cycle one set of hogs, the bomb tower goes down, they cycle the other set of hogs. And that was just too much for OP Gaming to deal with, and especially the miners coming in the back got a lot of work done for Sandbox in that game.
We know that OP Gaming would have benefited a lot from that fireball if they didn't have it, but not having it made it very, very difficult to cover the Royal Hogs, 2 sets of them every single time. So we are going to game 2 between these two teams. OP Gaming currently losing 1 game in that game 1, looking to come back. Let's see if they can do it in this game 2 against them and Sandbox. Let's see if they can do it.
So we are back again. Oichan Chasu blue for OP Gaming. Beaver Shin2 in red for Sandbox. And it looks as though both teams now bringing the Royal Hogs. Everything just passing each other on the bridge. Who's going to get the most out of this trade?
Well, the Dark Goblin's going to go down to those logs, and really more elixirs had to be used on the side of Sandbox on that one, to be honest. And we are going to be looking towards a pretty rushed attempt at another set of Royal Hogs, but the Tombstone was there this time around for OP Gaming, making that a lot easier. But that miner comes in unnoticed even by us and takes a lot of that HP, 1476 on the right.
Yeah, it was good defense by OP Gaming. They had the poison and the snowball, just making sure that all those hogs went down. But the miner in the back just went to town unanswered and dealt quite a lot of damage. And now we see the Royal Hogs again from Sandbox. Is there an answer this time from OP Gaming? And it's not looking very good for them. That bottom right-hand tower.
The miner is doing so much work right now, and 738 on that HP is not a favorable situation if you are OP Gaming. And this mini P.E.K.K.A is coming in pretty slowly, but can it reach the tower though? I think it's just mostly for the distraction more than anything, but the guards finding all the ways to take that mini P.E.K.K.A away. And we're going to see the tower down to 640 as we're going to wait for another counterattack from Sandbox.
Yeah, the opposite tower as well is very, very low. So depending on how this game goes, if both of the lower towers go down, OP Gaming will have their advantage carried over because they have done more damage overall.
Well, this flying machine
in the back. Oh, that's beautiful. Flying machine there taking on the cannon cart. Poison is down. That's going to deal with some of the bats. The flying machine is still there. Wailing on that cannon doesn't take it down, but look at the damage done. 3, 4, 5 against 5, 7, 2.
So we're also looking at this opportunity for the miner to strike the left side this time, because without it, it seems like that both tower trade is on the favorable side of OP Gaming, to be honest. And we are going to be looking towards if anything can be done here, because one little bat's going to be coming through. And with these double miners, that is a lot of trouble for the side of Sandbox, who's having a tough time defending against these odds. And 245 down to 191, all the way to 164. This looks like a day.
All those hogs in the middle, though. Both
all in.
Sandbox, yeah, they had to go all in. They need to take this tower now.
And, you know, without them being able to do it, we kind of expected this to come, but this means that 164 will go down to spell nonetheless. And all those bats, if you give them enough time, they'll destroy the tower in time. But all the more, we will see if they can get 5 more seconds. 236, that's actually pretty close. 86, 59 to 32. That one tick did not come through in time for Sandbox, and that is going to be the comeback victory for OP Gaming.
Yeah,
see if they can do it in Game 3.
The miner is faster than the poison in dealing that damage there. Just about finishes it. If both towers went down at the same time, we'd have gone down to a 3-crown game. We don't see them very often, but that would have definitely been one there. Beautiful miner play from OP Gaming. Their hog play this time was just phenomenal. Kind of doing what Sandbox did in that first game of having the miner just get full value behind the tower as the hogs come in the front.
You saw the Sandbox trying to do the same thing in that game to gain the damage with the miner was going to be the priority, but look at this. I mean, the ones coming in from Sandbox with that P.E.K.K.A. compared to the mini P.E.K.K.A. coming in from OP Gaming, and you save those 3 elixirs and it seems to go a long way with each cycle.
Yeah, and the bats as well were really valuable from OP Gaming. They managed to get a lot of damage. Look at that there. 1 hero bat and the miner on that left-hand side tower. Take it down. My goodness, the bats here did all the work for OP Gaming.
For a lot of people, you would think that the 3 elixir does not go a long way, but when you add up those 3 elixirs over and over again with each cycle, that just means that OP Gaming is going to be allowed to do a lot faster rotations on those Royal Hogs, so get more damage over time. It made a lot of sense, and having that mini P.E.K.K.A. instead of the P.E.K.K.A. seems to be the answer this time around in that mirror matchup.
Yeah, but what are we going to get in the next game? That's the question. Are we going to stick with the Royal Hogs, or are we going to see something different? What do you think, Joel?
Well, I mean, I think we're getting to game number 3, because I think the players will soon be ready here. Because Simon, we are ready to go to game number 3 to decide the winner in this 2v2. 2 teams that are in desperate need for a win right now in this point in the season. Who's going to get it? The 2v2 set. Let's find out. Sandbox versus OP Gaming. And here we are, OP Gaming. After winning that game 2, I'm sure they really want to win this game 3, but they're bringing a golem into this pot here. And, of course, you're a big aficionado of this golem deck, and we will see what happens in this 2v2 when the golem is brought for the very first time.
Yeah, it doesn't look as though Sandbox have the hogs. That would have given them actually a little bit of an advantage. I think the hogs are just that little bit quicker.
Sandbox does have the hogs.
Oh, they do have the hogs.
Yeah.
Just come in cycle. So unlucky starting hands for those. The hogs for both players seem to be right at the end of their cycles. Golem comes in. The Inferno Dragon's there, but the E-Wiz is going to just stop that. The lightning. And look at that Lumberjack. It's just going to rage everything up. Will they be able to get any damage onto the tower? The explosion damage will come through. There we go. The Golemites go into town as well. Lots of damage from that first Golem there.
We saw the Golemite trying to be smashed away from the bomb tower, but really didn't get much there. We're going to see another, a bit of miner. Just hovered over to the other side. And
the Mega Minion connected onto the tower.
Wow.
Look at the damage from that guy.
Talk about 8 elixirs doing about 500 damage, but that 3 elixirs coming from the Mega Minion can do you so much if left alone.
Yeah, the guard was just behind the tower, meaning that the Mega Minion attacked the tower instead of the guard. Ever so slightly wrong placement on those guards there, and that is what has caused all that damage to get done.
Okay, that Lumberjack was sent on the right side to follow that golem, but traveled all the way down to that left tower. Now, kind of leaving it a little bit worthless for the fact that the rage is only going to be splashed around the center, because you would like that golem to reach all the way to that tower. Can it though? It doesn't seem like
Cannon
it.
card connects.
Okay.
It looks like the cannon card underneath is going to connect, and that tower is down. Nothing remaining of that. And OP Gaming have a very strong advantage as we get into that double elixir time.
But at the same time, Sandbox, they are looking for a pretty good comeback after their Mega Minion did connect the last time around, but OP Gaming getting that surprise attack with that cannon card made it a difficult one for Sandbox to come back in this one. So we're going to see what happens here, because we talk about OP Gaming winning this game also could help their cause go into the playoffs, but also helps OG and ENTUS keep their playoff hopes alive. So we will see what happens from all this. The left attack is still ongoing, but these Royal Hogs on the right side not getting too much without support.
Yeah, and the cannon card again looks, I think it was actually attacking the guard. It looked as though it might have been hitting the tower. We see the Hogs come in, a miner in the back again. Always with the Hogs in the front, the miner in the back, and it gets so much work done. That tower is...
Yeah, it's gone. One tick.
Down. 10 seconds left. OP Gaming still have an advantage here, but they have to make their next golem push work. If this fails miserably and that miner gets a lot of damage done in the back, it is over for them.
Well, here it is. Here's the miner play that has been looking for Sandbox after he got that tower, but it is coming back into a situation where we think that this Electro Wizard is further gonna slow down this play here, and these guards doing a very good job. This lightning is going to be absolute beauty. As we're looking at this, the explosion for the golem should be good enough. 77 HP, and that is more than enough time for OP Gaming to finish off this game. So after losing that game 1, they come back into game 2 and 3 and wins that 2v2 set.
Yeah, great resolve from OP Gaming there. Just playing flawlessly after losing that game 1. Game 2 and game 3 were much better from them. They managed to take the win. And that last game 3, using the golems against the Royal Hogs, I thought that Royal Hogs would have the advantage there, but OP Gaming just played phenomenally there.
And you got some lucky breaks with that cannon card connecting on that first time around, literally getting basically the entirety of that tower. And you do talk about those moments where it changed the entire flow of the game, and they were on the losing end before all that happened. You were talking about the Royal Hogs seemingly having an advantage, but you talk about one little play making all the bigger the differences, and it is going to be OP Gaming picking up that win.
Yeah, I think OP Gaming's deck in the first match just never the cycles never really matched each other of where they needed to be at the right time, right? So they just got completely destroyed, I would say, by Sandbox. Sandbox defended really well against the graveyards. They had the poisons, the bomb towers meant nothing against the double set of Royal Hogs. They did a really, really good job here.
They were pretty well counted. You gotta be honest with OP Gaming on that game 1 where they didn't have the fireball for the Royal Hogs, and it wasn't gonna do you any good. And we were looking towards Sandbox. They got that game 1 victory, but really didn't have much to show for that game 2, where it was pretty much the mirror tech, other than the fact that it was a P.E.K.K.A. rather than the mini P.E.K.K.A., so had to summon 3 more elixirs each time to do the same job, basically. So to kill off the miner. So all that through. The later the game went, the rotation went a lot faster from the side of OP Gaming, kind of understandably for them to win that game 2.
Yeah, and the miner timings from OP Gaming were just beautiful as well. Cannon cards connecting onto towers and miners. I mean, it was just beautiful to watch.
And these lightning uses were phenomenal in multiple instances. And you look at this EWIS still surviving to the very, very end, and even that sap helping out. The EWIS does a very good job when left alone like that, right behind the support end. We are looking at the scenario where OP Gaming, they lost that first game. We thought they would have lost their morale to kind of fight back to make sure they win this 2v2 set, but really, all and behold, they really had what it took to have the resilience to come back in the game 2 and 3. Now they are the proud winners of set 1.
Yeah, you know when a cannon card connects to the tower, it's a pretty bad job on your defense. Only has a range of 5. You should be able to stop it, but it was just never quick enough from Sandbox. Multiple times it connected to the tower. I mean, that final push, a golem when there's like 400 HP remaining on a tower will always take it down, assuming it gets there.
Well, that's what it is for right now. That's the team that was just highlighted. OP Gaming does get the victory in the set 1, but you're going to set 2, where the 1v1 players will feature for the very first time. Gen2V, those 2 wins that he got came very early in the season, and every other 1v1s he's had so far after that were basically just losses after losses.
Yep. Exactly that. He beat Shad and Smokey from OG and ENTUS, beat Rad from Fav Gaming, and then lost to Lampo, Benzaridel, SB, Zeros, and Fuji. Back-to-back 5 losses. How does that affect a player?
He's been very consistently bad in 1v1s after those 2 wins that he got, but he's facing up against Thunder, who also doesn't have a victory, not even in recent times, but for the entire season. The only 1v1 victory that he's ever had was the King of the Hill match where he got 1 game win. So Thunder really not having the stats to boast his mouth.
Yeah, but he has beaten some great players. He's beaten Ku from Detonation Gaming, and the one win in King of the Hill was against Amaterasu from Game With. Those are not small names to have beaten. So I think Thunder here can do it. He never played against a Korean team. Only Shinchu and Sado were the 2 who played in the 1v1s then.
But we know that, you know, Sandbox are going to be put in a little bit of pressure because they do need Thunder to pick up this win on this set too. That's the only reason that's going to put them into the King of the Hills. But can he do it? We're going to go to game 1 to see what happens in this game.
So Jin TV in blue at the bottom, Thunder for Sandbox in red at the top. I just want to say the Tombstone ban is very interesting. A few players say that this card is low-key OP.
It's one of the most useful cards in this current meta because we were talking with the Korean casters before about this, and they kind of earned agreement that right now the meta is just defense, 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 defense. If you can defend well, you win the game. And the counter pushers kind of build upon themselves as long as you get the right defensive stats to come out. And we know the Tombstone, it's great. Cost for 3 elixirs, and it just reels in all the units, and it also provides the skeletons in turn to make sure you provide an extra damage on defense, and does a lot of things. And you have to bait out the spells with it, the poison and the fireball, all those things come with it. And in this meta where defense is so important, the Tombstone makes a lot of sense, even ban-worthy here.
Yeah, and the Magic Archer kind of plays on that as well, because it's a great defensive card that can get amazing offensive value if your defense turns into a push. He's sat at the back and he gets that angle on the tower. So both players here kind of banning out the defensive cards of the meta right now.
Sure, and it's very, very popular cards right now in any composition at the moment for these 2 cards, Tombstone and Magic Archer. And man, the emote games are pretty strong between 2 players, and they're thinking of winning out in the emote battle rather than actually winning out in the actual battle.
I was talking about this the other day. Can you imagine if emotes could do damage? It does like 1 damage to a tower every time you
How much damage would the Wizard Dab do, you think?
Oh, Wizard Dab would do like, it just kills the King Tower.
It
straight
kills
off.
the King Tower?
1 dab.
3 crowns
3
with
crowns.
1 play.
Yeah. It's that strong in
my
this meta.
goodness.
Anyway, we are getting down to the 1 minute double elixir time.
Graveyard deck coming in from JNTV. We expected this to be with the Barbarian Barrel start up, and we are going to be looking at this Ice Wizard who's holding up this Graveyard very well. The Graveyard really not having the RNG luck to make sure one of those skeletons come on the left side of the tower. That would have done.
Expo from Thunder. Why would you wait this long to start playing an Expo? Will take out that Furnace though.
Well, understandably, I'm me playing the Expo. I kind of understand this deck being basically you have to wait your opponent to strike first. Then you opt the defensive tools, and when you find an opening, then you plant the Expo. Makes a lot of sense rather than just planting it down randomly in the middle of the game here. So it is a good play coming in from Thunder to wait that out. We're going to see the bowler. We're going to see the Ice Wizard. So it's basically a splash yard kind of composition where you have the Expo with it. So this is kind of a deck from a month ago, I would have to say, but still working in favor. Now we're going to see this Graveyard on the left side here. This Royal Ghost is going to be the only answer from the side of Thunder here.
Yeah, got a much better result from that one. 1864 remaining after the Graveyard comes through. 1 swipe of the Mega Minion, 1606. And barely anything has been done to Jin TV's towers right now.
I mean, 1972 after that log is going to be the only damage that has been put in it. You're going to see another Graveyard here, this time on the right side, switching things up. And this Expo is going to be poisoned away. It's going to be focused very much on this Ice Golem. Is not a scenario you're really liking if you are Thunder. And you're going to have the Expo just melt away by that poison. And we will see what further continuation we can come from here. Thunder still hasn't been able to do a plant an offensive explode quite yet.
Is he planning on doing that though?
He has to.
He has to, but right now he's been mainly using that Expo to defend against the opposite structures, like he's been taking out furnaces with it, right?
Well, there's this chance right now on the right side, basically a free lane, and that has kind of opened up for him, and still gonna do it on the left side this time actually, so just gonna wait for that one to come through in this bar barrel. Obviously,
it gets
great
a
stuff.
connection. The Expo is doing a lot of work here. 1-6, 1-5, 1-5-3 to remain. And what does Jin TV do? He throws down the graveyard to try and counter push that.
We're gonna see Thunder just kind of opt for just saving up his last card. We don't know what that is, but it doesn't seem to be a mid-tier spell as he has a tornado already, kind of showing us that it just might be another troop card here. And we are gonna be looking towards this Mega Mini that will just die. And look at this big push coming on the right side. It is a counter push that is now happening, but gonna be another graveyard on the left side now for Jin TV. Let's see if Thunder are heading for this.
Yeah, the Ice Golem there, tanking up for the Skeletons to get something done. Look at them getting quite a few hits. 7-8-1 remaining. He's just slowly getting value on these graveyards. And look at this, poison down on the Expo. Ice Ewis in the back. There's your Ice Golem.
Yeah,
everything is just going to get tanked.
This definitely does not win the matchup here, Simon, and we are going to be looking towards the bowler. And this Ice Golem going to be smothered away, but we are going to see another series of graveyard poison from Jin TV, and soon enough, this will take enough damage even just by the poison, and that should be GG coming from Jin TV.
Well, the question is, how long can Thunder hold on here? If he can hold on for 30 seconds, he takes us to a tie.
Sure.
That is a very possible reality right now. We have another graveyard coming in. The bowler
Hey.
will deal with it.
Good point,
Get
Simon.
1, 2, no.
That is
just
more
one.
than 2 poison away, and that is very important because Jin TV does not have any more spells. It is only the poison that he will be relying on to make sure he gets the damage in. I think you're gonna get exactly what you predicted with the tie coming in. And Thunder, you are a very, very happy man that you just got this tie in an impossible matchup. Very nice defense coming from Thunder.
Yeah, beautiful play from both players here. Just, it was very hard for Thunder to get anything done. I think Jin TV could have been a little bit more aggressive with his graveyards. I think 1 or 2 more really aggressive, good graveyards would have won that for him.
But at the same time, he had to defend against the Expo,
Exactly.
so we all knew that is a double priority where both of the priority looked very, very important for Jin TV as he had to go for the offensive end, trying to get the graveyard to put in the damage, but at the same time, beyond the defensive end, getting the Expo to not connect on the tower because that one connection, we knew it really resulted to a lot of damage on the left side, so he knew he couldn't have many of those if you're on the defensive end, so we are looking at the scenario. This is exactly what we were talking about for that first one that did connect. Just a poison with the bar barrel, everything on defense to get the Expo rid of it as fast as you can. Still leads it down to a couple hundred HP.
Yeah, the bowler on the defense here as well, making sure no extra damage got done. 498 was left on that. The Expo comes in again. Poison one more time. And it just couldn't get the last bit of damage. 10 seconds remain, 2-8-2. What did he need? He could have finished with a lightning, could have finished with a rocket, and that's it. Not much else he could finish that tower with, and he didn't carry either of those. And you wouldn't normally carry a lightning with a graveyard.
No, that would be an absolute waste because even with a rocket, it's just too small of a radius where you already have the poison. Basically does the same thing, but with a larger radius that covers the entire spectrum of the graveyard. But really, when you're playing the Expo, you are worrying about possibly losing out because the most you can get is 1 crown off of that deck. And we're going to see this game 2 though. It's going to be a repeat of game 1 actually, so we're going to be looking at how this happens. So we're going to get confirmation of game 1 or game 2, but if the next game will be very much on the way. Well, here it is. So set 2, you see that it's 0-0 right now on both sides, but as you're kind of clarifying to us, it's still technically game 2.
Yeah, it is. If you tie the first game, it will go to game 2, game 3. If each player wins one of those, I think it goes to a tiebreak. And then it's most remaining HP on the tower wins if no tower goes down.
You know, the thing is, we don't see ties all that often, and it does get us baffled every time it happens. And we're going to see another graveyard, this time a little bit earlier. We're going to see what happens from here. Good poison being played out by Thunder, so he now has a direct counter against this graveyard every time it comes in, so not difficult in the matchups.
The Bandit almost got a charge onto the tower there, but goes down. Guards are so good against what Thunder is bringing right now. It looks like he's bringing a bridge spam. Does he have P.E.K.K.A?
It's the one that I played with you, just against you, and you were playing the goal and I had this P.E.K.K.A deck. It's a control deck with the P.E.K.K.A and the Bandit, and the Royal Ghost is there as well, so all these things considered, just trying to have the Battle Ram connect onto the other side is going to be the priority for Thunder, but offensively, you really got no other options than that to really win out this game. It's going to be about defense, defense, defense all day long here, Simon.
Yep. Both players might take us to another tie situation here. It's
Let's
hard
hope.
to tell right now. Especially when Thunder has the poison, Jin TV brings the graveyard. I mean, that pretty much counters that out. There's not much you can get done there.
Okay, we are looking at this Furnace that did go down without summoning another Fire Spirit. That would have been crucial against the minions, but we're going to see this E-Wiz go down on the bottom side, and this Barbarian also will go down pretty timely. Here it gets one swipe.
Yeah, Mega Minion up at the top will take out the Bandit, and then the E-Wiz will go down. Furnace summon again as soon as we see that Battering Ram go down. The Royal Ghost just taken out in time. Almost managed to go invisible before it got finished off by the Mega Minion or the Princess Tower.
And we're going to be looking at this Furnace that will go down, but this Graveyard now coming through for Jin TV, and the poison will be there every single time for it. Really not going to be any type of problem for Thunder to defend this out, but still he hasn't done even a single HP dead damage onto his opponent so far. So right now he's kind of wondering how Thunder will probably win this game here, Simon.
Yeah, I'm wondering how Jin TV is going to win the game either, because the poisons, it takes a lot of poisons to take out a tower on its own. The graveyards aren't getting much damage done. Thunder has nothing really super aggressive right now. The Battering Ram is okay. That's why he banned the Tombstone. But the Furnace is just as good. But the Furnace is down. The Royal Ghost takes it down. The Fire Spirit's there from the Furnace in the back, though, taking out that Battering Ram.
Yep, and slowly and slowly for 3 more minutes, we're going to see this continuation of the damage come through. And we're going to see an offensive poison for the very first time, as he just saw the minions in. It's going to be good enough for McCall to go with, and 1392 is going to be the count right now. Still no damage, not a single HP done was going to be on the Jin TV's tower, so really perfect on defense so far.
Yeah, nothing has broken Jin TV's wall right now, and there is the P.E.K.K.A. What will the P.E.K.K.A. be able to do? There's not many targets for it to go for, but you kind of have to play something, right? You can't sit there and do nothing. There's an offensive poison, which might just open up the floodgates for Jin TV to throw down his graveyard, though. Maybe that was a bit of a risk for Thunder. Will it work out?
Well, I mean, he had to do something, right? I mean, as you were just talking about, if he just kept stalling time, the Graveyard Poison would eventually get the tower down soon. Now, we still have 2 more minutes that he can spare it. Look at this. I mean, really nothing to do when the Graveyard Poison is coming from both sides. Really, what are you supposed to do if you're Thunder?
It's very hard, but Thunder did manage to cycle back to the poison to defend just at the end. The Battering Ram charges into the Furnace. The Mega Minion plus the Fire Spirits, they didn't come out. Mega Minion plus Tower, though, will finish those off. And there's an offensive poison by Jin TV, knowing that he has 1 minute and 20 seconds to play with. And these poisons will close that number out.
Yeah, and let's hope that it's not another tie, because it is about 665 HP. That is a little more than 3 poisons in turn, and we're going to hope this Graveyard connects anything. Anything will do, and 598 is a pretty good start, but more and more damage that this Graveyard does every single turn, that's going to give Jin TV the best chance to win this one. But otherwise, we are still looking at a pretty solid defense all around by Jin TV, and really not giving much up.
Yeah, another beautiful defensive poison there to close that out. He needs 2 more hits, I think, from the Skeletons to finish this in another poison range. And there's 36 seconds remaining. 382 is way too much for a single poison to take out.
Well, I mean, the poison takes out just a little over 200, as you can probably just remember it, but we are going to be looking towards the cycle that's going to be going through. The bandage is going to be left alone, kind of thinking that it will not finish off the tower. You're going to see a bit of graveyard poison trying to be valued there, and get this minion to connect through.
That might be it. It's hard to tell. 59-32.
Nope. Oh my god.
We're going to see another tie unless there's another poison in cycle.
Oh my god.
My.
It's as if this was planned. This was planned. Now this was rigged, Simon. This is absolutely rigged.
Well, what's interesting is we go to game 3. It's essentially a best of 1.
Sure.
And if the games continue like they have for game 1 and game 2, Thunder will lose because he will have less HP on his towers than Jin TV. If those games are exactly the same.
Well, does that count, or do we just go on to game 3 and kind of decide from there where?
Whoever wins game 3 will win.
But if we get another tie in game 3, but the one with the most HP at the end of game 3 wins the series, don't they?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So the graveyard did start to come through. It took out a lot of HP, but once again, Jin TV just missed a little bit of damage, causing him to tie out this game. And it was centimeters of damage. It was like 380. All he needed was probably 1 or 2 luckiest spawns on his graveyard to finish it off.
He didn't get that.
He didn't get it.
Yeah, that's why this game is ending up in another tie. This might be the first time in Royale Asia Season 2 that you got 2 ties in a row in 1v1.
Yeah, it is. I think it's the first time I've ever seen 2 back-to-back ties in a best-of-3 match like this.
Yeah.
And Sandbox have called timeout.
Well, they need it because it is literally on match point, and now we're in this scenario where this game could very much be over if Thunder does not find a victory here. Because what are we gonna get? We're gonna get the scenario where we have a lot of people cheering for Sandbox. You can see you're holding that sign upside down.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
there we go.
He found that. He found that. So.
Yeah, Jin TV fighting. So we have a few Sandbox fans, a few OP Gaming fans, and a TNT fan because,
Yeah, TNT's just always there.
Yeah, TNT's just amazing. Anyway, 27 seconds remain on the clock. Will Jin TV be able to pull the trigger and actually finish a tower in this game 3? Or will Thunder finally manage to break through the Great Wall of Jin TV?
Well, we will find out very shortly here, Simon. 8 more seconds left to go on this timeout. And so this is going to be the tiebreaker as confirmed by our producer. So basically, whoever wins this one literally wins the set. As simple as that. So it would have been a lot complicated if this game 2 ended up in somebody winning. Then this game 3 would have made it kind of difficult as if that other player won. So would have been a lot of complications there, but kind of made it just all even now with 2 ties in a row.
Yeah, but we are about to get into game 3 between OP Gaming Jin TV and Thunder's Sandbox. We've had 2 ties. Who will manage to finish out game number 3? Let's find out as we get into it.
Crying is what Jin TV is going to do, and Thunder is SMHing out of his mind.
I told you, like, if emotes could do damage, like, they'd be...
It's done damage to me. it really did. And
it can throw you on a definite tilt. It does mental damage. It's not a physical attack, you know?
That's worse, because I'd rather have damage in-game rather than in real life. Because I want to, sometimes, you play the games to get rid of the stress you get from, throughout your day and stuff like that. And when you build up more stress by playing video games, you're not doing yourself a lot of favor.
Do you get tilted by emotes?
Yeah, I just kind of have it on mute. I just have my
kind of
emotes on mute. Why is that?
I like the emotes, and like I never go on full tilt because someone's been emoting me. It's just part of the game.
Sure, but I just kind of mute And I'm the kind of person that, unmutes as soon as I win and put out the Hulk scream emotes. And just spam that all day, every day. Like, I just wait until I win. I have it on mute for the entire beginning of the game all the way to the end. And as soon as I come up with the victory, I unmute it. And I just put that out. And we're going to see the battle ram. Not the battle ring ram, just a friendly reminder for you, Simon.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's just always going to come up because it looks like a battering ram, right? Anyway, the E-Wiz and the Mega Minion here will finish off the barbs out of that battle ram. And E-Wiz against E-Wiz. The Bandit will get a charge onto the other E-Wiz. Mega Minion will finish her off, but it gets finished off in turn.
Okay, we're going to get this battle ram to do a pretty good job, actually, with the barb barrel. But Furnace coming in from GNTV might just tell us that this is the exact same deck what we saw from last two players here.
Yeah, and if Thunder can manage to get through and win, it'll be kind of against what we've seen in games 1 and 2. It's like turning the tide. There's a poison from GNTV down onto that tower, trying to get a bit of damage done. Beautiful Fire Spirits coming out of that Furnace just in time, taking out the barbs. 2-3-1-8 on the tower. GNTV, though, is getting ever so slightly ahead here.
Pekka on the right side? Why?
Clearly, Pekka is the ultimate answer to the Fire Spirits from the Inferno. There is the Graveyard on the top left. Defensive poison from Thunder. So yes, this is exactly the same as we saw in game 2. But this time using the Pekka to tank up the front, trying to get that barb, the battle ram, right through onto the tower, but it didn't work. Pekka goes down.
Work. And oh boy, Simon. I feel like my tingling senses are tingling.
Tingling senses are tingling? Well, that's what the tingling senses are for.
I know.
We see the Graveyard and the poison come down from GNTV on that tower. Bandit trying to defend, tanks one Fire Spirit for her troubles. And GNTV, once again, is just slowly getting the advantage here.
My tingling senses, Simon. It's tingling.
Are we going to get a third tie in the row between these two players?
I think that's why it's tingling. Oh, my word.
Battle ram taken out there by the Fire Spirit.
That's a lot of units.
Yeah,
that's a lot of units, and this Barbarian is going to connect one hit and couple hits now. This Barbarrel just coming in time, and that would have been done. You see the Ice Golem putting a lot of damage onto the right tower.
You never really see the Ice Golem manage to make it all the way to the tower and get a hit, but that time it did. 1-2-6-0 on the top right-hand tower.
Ooh, the Barbarian gets one hit from the left side, and oh man, we don't know how this game is going to end. As sad as it sounds, we thought we knew after 2 games in a row. We just don't.
Yeah, and we see GNTV kind of move his focus over to that right-hand tower now. Poison comes down. That will take out the minions in the sky. Will the Skeletons be able to get some damage? They are. 870 with the poison, taking it down to 8, 4, 3. GNTV might finally be able to finish out a game here.
Let's hope so. Let's hope either of these players get a win, because we kind of made the joke that one of these players had to win because it's Korea versus Korea. They just can't lose, but really finding it difficult to get the win here, Simon.
Yeah. Oh, Bandit connects, and that Pecker is getting very close. The Ice Golem there to try and buy time.
What?
Is Thunder going to take this?
That's it. That's it.
Oh.
Yep. Oh my God.
Wow, right at the end there, Thunder out of nowhere takes that game.
Oh my God.
Managed to get the P.E.K.K.A onto the tower. What did we just witness? Sandbox take set number 2 in the slowest fashion possible, taking us to 2 ties and then down to the last minute in another set of overtime where it looked like GNTV was going to finish it, and a P.E.K.K.A Bandit gets to the tower.
Simon, today's going to be a very long day.
Good. More Clash Royale, the better.
You know, it was very frustrating to see Korean teams lose day in and day out for the past few weeks, but this is frustrating in a whole another way.
Yeah, a whole other way where you're just like, okay, so both players are just kind of like
doing nothing.
Yeah, it's like they're kind of just smacking into each other, but they're hitting each other with like paper bats or something like that. No damage getting done. They're just kind of pushing against each other. GNTV though, had the advantage game 1, had the advantage game 2, had the advantage game 3,
And
up
lost.
until he lost.
My goodness. Jin TV, I think he should be a little bit tilted. A little bit?
I mean, he's all smiles 90% of the time. Like, I don't think he'll get tilted here, but
You don't think so?
you wouldn't want to put him out in his neck in the King of the Hill first, right? You
Oh,
want to give him a break
definitely.
after what, almost 18 minutes of Clash Royale back to back. You know, 3 games in a row.
It's brutal for the watch. I mean, this whole set 2 was very brutal because, oh man, let's hope that this meta kind of forces these players maybe shift towards the more offensive end in the next update patch, because I knew this meta is all about defense and defend, and the one who defends well wins. And when you get 2 players who defend just as well, you don't have a winner.
Very true. Let's take a look at this one. We can see like the ENTUS there getting damage onto the tower. The fire spirits from the the furnace got 1 or 2 hits, and this push that is happening that we see right now is the push that managed to kill Jin TV right at the end. Exactly the same stuff. You just Jin TV defended it well the first time round, didn't defend it the second time.
Kind of
And here we go.
This is it. This is where the Pekka made
So
it
look at
all
that.
the way through it.
2,318 on the tower. The bandit gets the charge.
And
The
second
minions in the back.
bandit
Yeah, second bandit in the back charges onto the furnace. 1 hit. ENTUS dies. 2 hits. 3 hits. Look at that. A complete reversal.
I'm tilted and I'm not even Jin TV.
Right, what do we think we're going to see here? They can choose in this King of the Hill. Uichan, Chasu, Jin TV, Dabong TV for OP Gaming.
Wow.
Sandbox have Beaver, Shinchu, Thunder, and Connie.
You gotta play Thunder. Thunder has done well. I think Connie needs to be played as well, and Shinchu maybe. That would be my roster for Sandbox. Shinchu, Thunder, and Connie would actually look pretty good, but OP Gaming. Jin TV, Dabong TV, obviously that's already 2 players you already have to have in there, and maybe Chashi over Uchan.
I really don't agree with Thunder. I don't think he looked great today.
Okay.
He was constantly playing from behind during his games, and he just held on for dear life. He was just playing for draw after draw after draw. Yes, he did win the set, but it wasn't clinical. It wasn't in a good style. It wasn't, you know, he didn't take it by the horns. I would not put Thunder in. I would go Beaver, Shinchu, Connie if I was Sandbox.
Ooh. Well, you know, we already said our marks. He said Beaver, Shinchu, and Connie. I said Shinchu, Thunder, and Connie. We will see what we're going to get. We might get neither because we might just not decide to play Shinchu altogether, because I think Connie will be played because Connie is a great 1v1 player for his own right. But Shinchu has had his moments as well. So we are going to be looking through a scenario where either Thunder plays or not plays, because based on the result, we are going to get the roster now. Let's see who's right. Shinchu, Connie, and Beaver.
Shinchu?
That's you. That's what you said.
Pow, pow, pow!
That is what you said, Simon. You being the analyst, you're doing the right thing.
Yeah, Dan, Chasu, Jin TV, finish it out for OP Gaming, and they
I was right about
it's
that
the
one.
same bands as the last game that we
Yep.
had.
But look at that. I'm right on the OP Gaming side.
Wow.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Woo, yeah.
I
But-
mean, it kind of writes itself, you know?
Thanks. That helps me a lot with my morale. But, you know, you were talking about the same bands that came through. That's very important because the Magic Archer and the Tombstone, is it the other way around that it was banned out? I think.
No.
Wasn't it OP Gaming that banned out Tombstone last game?
No.
It wasn't?
No.
Okay,
No.
you wrote it down?
Yep,
You
I
definitely
wrote
have
it
it on
down.
record?
Yep. I'm smart like that. I can write. Okay.
Side.
So, Dabong TV in King of the Hill. He beat OGN ENTUS 1 crown in Q Mills, then lost to Howl. He didn't get the all kill there. He beat Pyrameki and lost to Lewis, and then lost to Jin TV and lost to Manong GP. So, bit of a mixed bag for this guy. He has won a few games against some very good players, but also lost to some very good players. And the player he's against now, Shinchu, is not a monster. He's currently 0-2 in King of the Hill. He lost to Amaterasu and Manong GP.
He's done very well Season 1, as my memory serves me, and he was the player that came in the late parts of Season 1 and really had a blowout of really getting his name known out there. And we are going to be looking towards Hsinchu, who's got that 2 wins but 1 loss, and it is like King of the Hill that he lost 2 games and never really got a win for his team. And this is a scenario in King of the Hills where he has to finally win some games. Can he do it? We're going to find out very soon here, Simon.
Yeah, Hsinchu's record, as I said, he lost to Amaterasu, lost to Manong GP, but he has beaten Dabong TV earlier this season 2-1 in the best of 3. He beat July as well 2-1. So if, you know, they get to play against Kingzone DragonX, they have someone who has a winning record over those teams.
Well, I mean, these players still need about a minute more for everything is going to get underway. We are looking towards Hsinchu for the very first time, along with Dabong TV in that 1v1 role, because Hsinchu played that 2v2 and did not win, with Beaver by his side. And Dabong TV, his first appearance for the games today, as being the 4th player for his roster, and OP Gaming in. And we have 45 seconds left, Simon, and it's very interesting to see that, you know, it's been the closest to matchups that we've seen so far, probably in the season, because of 2 ties that almost resulted in 3 ties in a row for that 1v1. And now we're going to go to the King of the Hills, 1 best of 1s, you know, all over until we get this winner decided here, Simon.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, the Magic Archer and the Tombstone ban.
It doesn't really do anything.
I mean, doesn't it? Tombstone is such a good card, and if you have to go for Furnace instead, that's an extra 1 elixir every time you're trying to defend.
That's what I'm saying, it doesn't really do anything, because, like, you have to use a Furnace, if not the Tombstone.
No, but if you have the Furnace, then you're slowing your opponent's attacks down, because they're always -1 elixir than they would have been if they had the Tombstone.
But they neither has the Tombstone, so you're going to be pretty even on both counts. So in one way, it's like kind of your theory where the Korean teams always lose and it doesn't really change their standing. It's almost like that, because both players will have the disadvantage of not having the Tombstone in line. So I do kind of see what you're saying, but, you know, we are ready to get into game 1 of this King of the Hill. Really trying to decide who the winner's going to be. It's really tough for us to decide who the winner's going to be, but we still have many games to go, Simon. Let's get into game number 1 to see what happens in this King of the Hills.
All right, so we have Dabong TV in blue at the bottom and Hsinchu in red at the top.
And yeah, I have me in the middle of that. Not feeling the greatest about today's matchup, because it's been very dull. And really, we didn't get too much out of these players to really prove something here today, because I think the Korean players really needed a lot to prove it. And look at these 3 Muskies against the Royal Hogs, and they'll do a pretty good job defensively and still get all the things down. But good poison coming from Dabong TV to get the damage out there, and Hsinchu is going to be pretty frustrated with that beginning.
Yeah, that's basically the 3 Musketeers down to 1 hit from a tower. The mortar is there for Dabong TV. Doesn't get a single shot up, I think. And the Hogs just take it down. The Hogs go for the tower. Dabong TV doesn't have any real defense there. The Bats do finish it off. 2-1-2-1. He's on his lowest tower. 1-6-4-7 is what he has done to Hsinchu's top left-hand tower.
So it is a little bit different in terms of the early trade outs. And Hsinchu's going to send out the Royal Ghost on the right side, where he has already done a little more damage than the left. And Dabong TV, I'm sure he has a good counter for all of this. And might be looking towards the Rascals and see what we're going to get. The Rascal Girl will be very safe from that AoE swipe. And gonna see the 3 Muskies again. Probably gonna be the poison onto the right side this time for Dabong TV if he decides to use that.
You would expect the poison to come down and take out those 2 Muskies, but he hasn't done it. Here's the Hogs. I guess maybe he was waiting. The mortar completely whiffs its first shot. A mini P.E.K.K.A on the right-hand side to take out the 2 Musketeers and the pigs too. The Hogs are going down. And look how much is remaining here for Dabong TV. There's the Pats. There's the mini P.E.K.K.A at half HP. A bandit. Not a bandit. A barbarian running towards the tower. Does get shut down though. Everything's shut down. But Dabong TV has a huge elixir advantage.
Well, huge elixir advantage indeed. And we're going to get the logs to get the Rascals out of the way. And we're going to get the 3 Muskies back again. Of course, going to have the poison this time around for those 3 Muskies. 2 of them on the right side. And Gonna be looking towards another situation where there's a heavy push coming from the left side now. This Mini P.E.K.K.A going pretty brave, and I don't know how much I agree with this because this Mini P.E.K.K.A is not going to survive for the longest of time. This Musketeer will get it away, and we're going to see a pretty good value coming from this one little Musketeer that did a lot of damage.
Yeah, the bats help defend, but Shinchu is getting a little bit more now. He's got every push he's making, he's doing a little bit more damage than Dabong TV is managing to get. The Hogs come in. There's a fireball with the Musketeer. Will clean that up very nicely. Even the Mini P.E.K.K.A goes down without taking out the Ice Golem. And Dabong TV has to defend these Musketeers. What does he have?
Oh my goodness.
Hogs on the left.
No fireball for Dabong TV, and you're gonna have your best whiff with the Rascal and the Spear Golem, but all of them get locked away. That's incredible lock value. We're going to see this counterattack with this Mortar, but it's going to be targeting the Skeletons first, and now the Ice Golem is going to be coming towards the right side. This Fireball is at the ready for these Royal Hogs, and right now, if you are Dabong TV, you're having no answers for all these attacks coming through.
Yeah, the Hunter is such a good defensive card. And against Hogs that have already been fireballed, he'll kill them all pretty much in one shot. The Hogs go behind the Hunter, pushing him to his inevitable death. But one Hog manages to get to the tower, and that tower is down to 5-7-3.
It's really all you need at this point right now. The Fireball will be at the ready. That's actually pretty good Fireball, but except he misses one of the Hogs, but will be taken care of quickly by that Royal Ghost. So we'll see what happens here. Look at this. That is some. Well, that's going to be a pretty big push if he doesn't have the lock. I believe Shinchu just used that lock for the time being, but great Royal Ghost once again to charge up. Now this Mortar will be connecting onto the tower, and we're going to see 2 shots being plummeted through, and we're going to see this Mini P.E.K.K.A rushing in, going to be held in charge by this Ice Golem.
Yeah, the Fireball comes in. The Royal Ghost will kill them out. 1 hit from the Pigs, from the Hogs there. 9:04 remaining. 489 on Dabong TV's tower though. And the Mortar does manage to make the Hogs turn around.
Yeah, we're
good defense this time.
Looking at a lot of elixirs being used by Dabong TV, but you see that he's incredibly ahead in terms of the elixir trade out. And we are going to be looking towards the Royal Ghost that will now charge it. The Mini P.E.K.K.A will take care of the Royal Ghost in time. Just going to get 2 swipes to get away from that one. And look at 688 is going to be the scenario now, sending both of the Royal Hogs at the same time. One's going to be fireballed away, one's going to be dragged away by the Mortar, but that one little Hog is connecting.
Yeah, one little piggy thought he could do it, and he did. 169. Fireball, once it's in cycle, it is over. And Shinchu will take game number 1 here. There's a log. Fireball already thrown now. You can see the celebration. And Shinchu does take out Dabong TV here. Sandbox up 1-0.
Despite the fact that Sandbox already took the early HP damage from the top side, you were talking about the first set of Royal Hogs being sent by Dabong TV, doing an incredible amount of damage onto the left side. That has already put a lot of pressure onto Shinchu, but still good enough to take this win in that game 1. And Dabong really stressing himself after that one. And now it's going to be looking towards another player from OP Gaming to really hopefully get the job done.
Yeah, Chasu versus Shinchu. Let me just check to see if these players have played before. Chasu, no, Chasu has never played a 1v1. He's played one King of the Hill, and he lost to Manong GP. Chasu has been mainly their 2v2 player with Oichan, and yeah, only 1 King of the Hill performance.
Yeah, when he hasn't won much 2v2 either. He hasn't been winning much.
2v2 is 1 win and 6 losses.
2 wins and 6 losses.
2 wins and 6 losses.
Oh, today.
Oh yeah, I forgot about today.
Today happened. It happened quite a long time ago. It's, you know, it's still our first matchup of the night.
I know. We're going on, but I mean, it's been very close between these teams. OP Gaming, we're a little bit better in the 2v2. I'm gonna say, OP Gaming were better in the 1v1, but they ended up losing. And Thunder managed to sneak a victory from the jaws of defeat. And now Shinchu is just like, yeah, I've had enough of this tonight. I'm just going to all kill OP Gaming. Will he be able to do it? That's what we're going to find out.
2 teams that are finding a very difficult time to win any type of matches, to find a taste of victory. for many, many weeks now, are still having it very, very difficult to win a guaranteed win for any of them. But it is one step closer for Sandbox to hopefully take this one, and it's going to be Shin2. See how far he can get in this King of the Hill as he gets onto his second opponent with Chashi on the lineup. Let's see if he can get another win.
Alright, Chasu in blue at the bottom for OP Gaming, looking to try and bring his team back into this one. But Shin2 in red at the top for Sandbox looks as though he's gonna take it all the way.
Please play something for the first 15 seconds.
There we go.
Get it.
Minor Lumberjack in the answer. What are we going to see? Is this a Golem deck, maybe?
Could be.
There's a P.E.K.K.A. That's not what you want to see if you are playing the Golem. But Lumberjack fits in a lot of decks. There's the Mega Minion.
Could be a balloon deck.
Could definitely be. There's an Inferno Dragon. There is the Golem from Chasu. And he knows he's in a bad spot right now. As that Mega Minion starts attacking the P.E.K.K.A. first, that does mean this Inferno Dragon will get a little bit of a tickle onto the tower.
Not too much.
Not too much. And that P.E.K.K.A. is going to take out the Golem, but not before it does about 400, 500 damage.
Yeah, it's going to be doing about 600 or more because of the explosion damage that came through. And wow, that's one way to take care of the P.E.K.K.A. if you're playing Golem. Then just drag it to the opposite side because it has the same movement speed as the P.E.K.K.A. And you're literally looking at the P.E.K.K.A. just chasing the Golem all the way to the tower. And
an Elixir Collector out from Chasu. Does Shin2 have an answer? There is the poison. That's going to shut it down. Give us about even Elixir from what he's getting there.
Sure thing. And we will look at this minions that will now just be zapped away. It's just not going to be doing too much work. And Chashi is seemingly playing the most classic Golem deck. We're probably with the Night Witch in this mix. And we will see if this Lumberjack and this Baby Dragon is going to be completed with that Night Witch that we're all waiting for.
Yeah, I mean, what you want to do as Chasu is wait until your opponent plays out the P.E.K.K.A. like he did before. The only reason he could have pulled that P.E.K.K.A. is because Shin2 put it down already. There's the Golem, so we're going to see P.E.K.K.A. put down on that right-hand side anytime now to defend against it. The Inferno Dragon is going to try and do its job, but the Baby Dragon does finish it out. Clone! There it is. But that is not where you want to use a clone at all. You want to wait until you're at the tower to do that.
And it was poisoned away. Everything was poisoned away. And you've literally lost 3 elixirs for naught. And this Elixir Collector at the double time, you know, typical conventional knowledge tells us that you should never use the Elixir Collector at the double elixir time because you're going to be like this, have nothing to defend anything with, and Shin2 gets all the advantages there, and Chashi playing the 6 Elixir Collector down in the last 30 seconds. Are you serious, Simon?
We saw it a lot in CCGS last year from Chasu and from nearly everyone, actually. The Elixir Collector would come down in double time, but not when you're already on the back foot, you know? There was a push coming. Why didn't he play defensive cards? Why put out the Elixir Collector? Knowing that you're going to have to take some damage. Of course, as a Golem player, you do know you have to take damage, but surely he could have worked out that that was critical damage coming at him. And Chasu is out. And that means we're going to see Shin2 versus Jin TV. Just to point out, right, this game is actually really important for both of these teams. If OP Gaming win this,
they keep their hope alive.
They're actually tied up with Sandbox in second. If Sandbox win this, then they're going to have a cushion between them and third place. And they will be able to push on to first place Kingzone DragonX, who are playing twice tonight.
Well, one more minute here, and OP Gaming does not call the timeout, despite the fact that this very well could be the last game, and I don't think they call timeout. It's been a long series. You know, we started our broadcast at 7 p.m. local time. It's already 8:10 p.m. It's been more than 1 hour and 10 minutes of this broadcast, and it's still not done with that first series of the night.
Yeah, especially when you have like 2 games that tie, those are 6 minutes each, and you know, it does start to tire out the players. Jin TV has been playing 6 minutes of games twice, and then 5 minutes-ish. So that's what, 17 minutes of gameplay, and he still ended up losing despite having a strong advantage every game.
You gotta execute. You gotta convert those situations into actual wins, and that is the situation why Jin TV is in this King of the Hills in the first place, because if he had won any of those, he would have just won the game, and this whole team would have just advanced to the next win. That would have been so deserving for them.
But Jin TV has it all to do to keep his team's dreams alive. He has to all-kill Sandbox, but Xinchu looking for his own all-kill in this game number 3 between OP Gaming and Sandbox. We're about to get into this one, so let's see what they're going to bring and what we're going to see.
Here we are. Yeah, that's how I'm feeling too. I'm feeling exactly that way. I feel like a skeleton with tears coming out of my empty eyeballs, and we're gonna see the Goblin Barrel for the very first time. The Bar Barrel does a fantastic job, by the way.
Yeah, Bar Barrel has really replaced the log in many, many decks, especially at tournament standard. We don't see it that much on ladder because, you know, some people don't have it leveled up or whatever. But for tournament standard games like this, log doesn't turn up as much as it used to.
Yep, and we're gonna see the Infernal Tower take care of a lot of things here. Even with that cannon card, that's not gonna be advancing to that next stage, and we'll just die out to the Princess Tower in time. The Furnace coming out for Xinchu is probably gonna be telling us this is yet another graveyard deck from Xinchu here, and it's gonna be Splash. Once again, very, very controlled here.
Fireball to take out the Ice Wiz, deal damage onto that Furnace, and I've seen this deck and I cannot remember what the last 2 cards are. Is
Xinchu?
It great, yeah.
It's Graveyard Poison.
Graveyard Poison.
It would be originally a Tombstone instead of Furnace, because
yeah.
Tombstone is banned out. The Furnace just very much naturally replaces that card. So it is basically the Graveyard Poison deck with the Furnace instead of the Tombstone this time around. So anything that you can get you to the late game is a victory for Xinchu. All he wants to do is get to the double elixir without taking too much damage off, and we know that Jin TV's the log bait is all about taking the damage before that double time, where you're supposed to do a lot of damage early on, and it's going to be the double cycle cards with the Hog Rider mixed in here, and you're going to see the Tornado also with it, and not going to allow a single swipe.
Yeah, that Tornado almost rapid delivered the Hog Rider to the tower, but the Ice Wizard was there just to slow it down so it didn't get any hits done. And right now it looks as though Jin TV is starting OP Gaming's comeback here, but when he was playing his 1v1s, it always looked as though he was the one in the lead and ended up losing. Here we see the Skeleton Army defending that graveyard so effectively. Down to 2-2-2-2. Fireball comes in. Ice Wizard goes down. You can't explain that one.
I mean, gotta get any of those units to allow those graveyards to be very, very effective here. And the Princess is gonna be coming in once again. The Bar Barrel from Jin TV, and it's gonna be allowing all these things to happen, but really that Tornado was not in the best timing. Came a little bit too early, and all these Skellies are still alive from the army. And we're gonna be looking at what happens from here. The Bar Barrel here for the Goblin Barrel, and it's gonna be good work coming through. And we're gonna see another graveyard very, very soon from Xinchu. Will we see another defensive tool from Jin TV this time around?
Yeah, I think he's got the perfect defensive tools to what Xinchu is bringing. So we are going to get down to sudden death again. We have 3 minutes of overtime available. Will Xinchu be able to take out the tower? There is the graveyard. That's the poison he needed to play. And suddenly all the defense is gone for Jin TV. That tower is going down. Graveyard takes it down to 1-2-7-1.
I mean, if you're a Jin TV, only thing you have right now for defense is the guards or the Skarmy every single time. Both of those will go pretty handily for those poisons that will come out on offense for Xinchu. So we will see this Hog Rider, now this Bar Barrel with the Goblin Barrel this time around, and it's going to be a trick play that does not come into the fake. And now we're going to see the scenario where the defense was very, very successful Xinchu. Now it's going to go for this graveyard run to see what happens here. He has the poison at the ready.
Yeah, there's the poisonous Skarmy.
Oh, God.
Played on top of it. That tower.
You're kidding me.
Oh, my goodness. It is gone.
It's gone.
2:11 remain. Shin2 even activates the King Tower, so he needs to get this done, otherwise the next poison will finish this off.
It cycles pretty quickly and the poison will come in time. The 184 is absolute corner, and this is a good game, and JinTV knows this as much as we do, and this is going to be an all kill for Shin2, and this poison will be the last take. Both players taking off the headset. Really need it there because Shin2, after they find their miraculous run back into the King of the Hills with the help of Thunder, barely winning on that game 3, they win the King of the Hills, and now they're going to be truly the victors over OP Gaming, now taking one more loss.
Yes, Sandbox now 5-7 in the tables, and they have a 2-win gap between themselves and OP Gaming. And I believe this does also confirm OG and ENTUS cannot make it to the playoffs.
I think that's true. I think Sandbox will be too far ahead in terms of them and OG and ENTUS, who now, even if they do win all the games, I think we do need to make sure we confirm with the numbers, but it does kind of seem to me that OGN will have no chance for them to just advance through. So, you know, head-to-head, you kind of have to kind of remember the fact that OGN never really won against any Korean team so far. So, you gotta wonder, even if Sandbox does lose out every little match from here on, OG and ENTUS probably just will be eliminated for the tournament now.
No.
Let's hear it, Simon.
OG and ENTUS
Let's hear it.
have to play 3 games. They have to play King Zone next. If they can win that, their playoff dreams are still alive. There are 3 games left. Sandbox have 2 games left.
Yep.
So 2 games left. So Sandbox are 5-7
right now.
Yeah. OG and ENTUS, if they win their next 3 games, they will be 5-9.
Okay, so you're gonna
so
say
it's
that
still possible.
no, but they're
Head-to-head,
they wouldn't be King Zone.
Well, miracles happen.
No. Like head-to-head, they wouldn't.
Oh, head-to-head, they can only slot really into
none of the teams because they've already lost to every team from Korea in the first round of this regionals, and
but then they'd have beaten everyone in the second round of things, so then they'd be 1-1.
now that will advance on to set the games after that one for the tiebreaker rules. But I believe OGN has lost a lot of sets and lost a lot of games as well.
Miracles happen. Let's not think about that. Let's not dwell on it. We gotta see OG and ENTUS play next. But I gotta say, Shin2 here just played really, really well. And that was it. Once that skeleton army was placed inside the poison, game 3,
I mean,
it was over.
JinTV, I think that was a little bit short-sighted on that play to send out the Scummy when you knew that Shin2 had the poison back in cycle. Just send out the guards. It does a better job than the Scummy because it just dies down to 1 tick, really. And oh man, it's been a long series. I can say that 3 times because it's been that long. And I think we're going to go to an interview here and we will hear from Sandbox to see how they felt about that victory.
네, 오랜만에 인터뷰 자리에 섰습니다.
It is an interview
한국 팀과도
with our
인터뷰를 나눌
Korean
것
team
같은데요.
finally winning out.
샌드박스의
And
신추 선수
of
먼저
course, he never really said that. I just kind of made that up. But you know, I am translating for you guys, and we're going to hear from Shin2 to see what he has for that win.
오랜만에 KOH에서
To come back in the King of the Hills to get the victories all by myself. Felt
본인이
great.
올킬한 거 말고 이제 팀의
You
승리였잖아요.
made the all kill,
본인이
but you
올킬한
want to
건
talk about your
저희가 잘
team
알고
just a
있고
little bit.
그 얘기를 하긴 할 건데 팀의 승리 이후에
How do you feel
어떤
about the
팀의
team
분위기라든가
getting
그런
the
소감을 좀
victory today?
여쭤본 거예요.
최근에 연패를 하고 있어서
We were on a
좀
consecutive
분위기가
loss streak, and
다운되기도 했는데
it was
요즘에
really
연습실에서 연습 열심히
a
하고
discussion
있기도
point
하고요.
for our
그래서
team to
또
make sure that
그런
we
부분이
find
좀
a
더 좋은
develop
쪽으로
and
작용을
new
하지 않나
mindset
싶어요.
where we can
알겠습니다.
start
그러면
winning
신추
again.
선수가 원하는 올킬에 대한 인터뷰를 이제 한번 나눠보도록
Now we'll
할까요?
ask you the question
비버
about that all
선수도
kill
있고
for
그리고
King of the
사도
Hill.
선수도 시도를
You
해서
were
2번
talking
시도가
about
됐다가
all the other
2연승 하다가
players who
결국에
were having a
마지막에
tough
아쉽게
time
하지 못했었죠.
facing up against
본인은 이제
you.
올킬 딱 성공했어요.
Maybe
이제 팀 내 첫
we're
번째
gonna get the
올킬로
all
딱
kill, and
되고
before that moment, how did
보고
you
소감 한번
feel
들어볼게요.
about that one?
팀 내 처음으로 올킬을 해서 좋기는
within the
한데
team to get the
그래도
first
다른
all kill
팀원들도
feels
너무
great for me
잘해줘서 더
personally. And
기분이 좋고요. 특히 이 경기에서 썬더가
I feel like
이겨줘서
especially
이번
with the
기회가 있을 수
Thunder
있어서
winning
너무
out
좋았던
that
것 같아요.
game
그렇습니다.
too.
사실은
That
그래서
set
인지
two, that was very
모르겠지만
important for all of us
역시나
to get to this
이번에도
point in the first place.
썬더 선수가 내려가면서 또 부시랑되면서 또 내려가더라고요.
You were
아니
seeing
형 제가
Thunder
다 했는데 왜 또
complaining
인터뷰 저
about the
아니냐고.
fact that he didn't get the interview, but you got it instead. But if you want to say something to
약간
him,
부시렁부시렁 거리는 그런 느낌이 좀 있습니까?
평소에도
숙소에서도?
약간 악동 같은 느낌이에요.
I mean, he is a little bit of a devil every
앞쪽이겠죠.
time, even in the
네,
team house. So understandably, he's done
알겠습니다.
great today.
자 어쨌든 오늘 경기들 중에 특히나 그 차슈
For today's
선수와의
game, you
대결에서 상대방이 골
referring
나올
to
걸지
차슈.
굉장히 궁금해요.
Having a
시엔츠 선수가 들고 나온 덱은 누가 봐도 이거는 골렘의
it really
완전히
was going to be the
카운터였거든요.
golden deck that was going to come through, especially from the
일단
Pekka that he had to
골렘을
face
어느
up against.
정도 예상했는데 사실 이거는 말을 해도 될지 모르겠지만
I
되게
mean,
짜다가 시간이 다
We
돼버려가지고
kind of expected it, but
네,
the fact
그래서
that we
약간
wasted so much time with it, that
좀
made it a little bit
이상한
easier for me
덱이
to win that game.
아, 그래요?
It was in a
그래도 골렘이
kind of a
나와서
matchup that
너무
wasn't favorable for
좋았던
me.
아
but
그렇군요. 자 어쨌든 현재까지 썬더가 올라오고 싶다 그런다고요? 또? 예
I guess
올라오세요.
Thunder wants to join in on the
아니
interview.
너무 할 말이 많은가 봐. 갑자기 마이크 한번 받아볼게요. 갑자기 이거는 얘기가 된 내용이 아닙니다. 이거 썬더 선수 두 번째 게임
Well,
승리.
Thunder, you
거기서
got the victory in
무승
that
가져가면서
second set,
팀을 결국에는 킹오브데이까지 가져왔습니다.
And you came over to
어떻게 된
King of
거예요?
the
소감
Hills.
한번
How do you feel
들어볼게요.
about that one?
아니 그냥 너무 좋아요.
그거 얘기하려고
feels
그런 건
great.
아닐 거 아니에요. 좀 길게 뭔가 좀 이런 거 없습니까?
아 솔직히 질 줄 알았는데
I was
마지막에
gonna lose, actually,
비버
but-
형이 해준 말이 있어가지고
At
그거
the same time,
네 비버 형이 명심
but Beaver
비버 형의 말을 명심해서
told me something
그래서
that I really just
마지막에
put my
잘 찔러서
ears
이긴
to
것
it.
같아요.
그래요.
That's what allowed me to get win.
그거 말해야 되나요?
왜 올라온 거예요? 지금
아.
인터뷰하러 올라왔으면 웬만하면 얘기해 줘야죠.
What did he say?
무덤을 도구로 방어하지 말고
He
미니언을
said don't
맞고
defend the
역공할 때
graveyard with the
역공을 더
poison,
세게
but
가라 해서
use it on offense instead.
단판에 이제 세 번째
And
경기 때
Beaver
되게 잘한 것
told me
같아요.
that tip, and I
그렇군요.
followed
사실
along
저희가
with it.
항상 또 중계할
That's what allowed me to
때마다
get the win.
계속해서 너무 방어하다가 결국에는 그 다음 턴
And
못
it
잡고
seemed
그
like
다음
you
턴 못
just
잡고
defend,
그랬었는데
and
결국에는 본인이
eventually
한
end
번
up
턴을 잡을 수
losing it. Maybe you
있게끔
had to
비버
call the
선수도
offense
이야기
at
해준
one
거네요.
time, but
그렇죠.
you want to see something to him maybe.
그렇군요. 자 이렇게 해서 어쨌든 킹오브데이까지 올킬 또 가져갔습니다.
Hills,
팀의 첫
getting it
번째
all the way
올킬이
over
나왔거든요.
there.
오늘
This is gonna
스포트라이트는
be,
거의 아니요
obviously
본인한테
Shinchu's day,
이야기하고요.
where
신츠
he
선수가 오늘 스포트라이트 다
all
가져갑니다.
things
느낌이
here
어떻습니까? 약간 억울해요?
아니 뭐 기분은 나쁘긴 한데
I mean, I do kind of feel bad that the
근데
spotlight has been
신영이
put
잘해서
right on
저희 팀이
Shinchu
이긴
rather than
거니까.
me,
네네.
who got the
일단
team onto
오랜만에
the King of the Hills.
사연하다가 이긴 것도 너무
But it is
기분이
very
좋아서
important that we
네.
were constantly
누가
losing
인터뷰를 하든
weeks in and weeks out,
상관이
and
없다고.
now we
그렇습니다.
have
하지만
started
내려갈 때
to
조심되긴
get this
했죠.
win, and hopefully this can continue.
그거는
from
네.
자 그러면은 마지막으로 한 번씩 여쭤보겠습니다.
And
앞으로 또 남은
one
경기
last
이제 두
question.
경기 더 남아 있지 않습니까? 승리 많이 가져가서 일단 1승
And you
1등
did,
찍고 나서
get that
바로
one
일본 지킹하는 게
victory.
목표일 텐데
Yeah, I'm
앞에
sure you
각오
want to
한
make it
번씩
to
좀
the playoffs
들어보도록 하겠습니다.
now. You want to say something
나머지
about that?
경기 저희가 열심히 준비해서
We're gonna prepare hard
경기 다
for this
이기고
next game to come.
마카 말고 일본전을
To
가는
make sure that we're not
플레이오프
gonna go to the wild cards, but we're gonna go
알겠습니다.
directly
또
to the
킹스
Japan stage onto the
앞으로
finals.
남은 킹정과 오진 둘다
Kingston and OGN
너무
in
잘하는
our
선수들이 많아서 좀 더 열심히
kind
준비해야
of
될 것 같고요.
matchups, and we're gonna
오늘
try to
같이
do our
승리를
best
가져올 수
to win
있었으면
those
좋을
games.
것
And
알겠습니다.
continue
앞으로의
on this
경기도
streak
훨씬
that
더
we
멋진 모습
just started with
보여주길
this.
바라면서 저희는 여기서 인터뷰
And that's gonna be it for the interview between Sandbox and Thunder. Really wanted to come down onto the interview, but that's gonna be it for now. We're gonna go to a short break. We'll be right back with the second series of the night. It's been a long one, guys, but another short break. We'll be right back with the second series of the night. Well, hello guys, welcome back to Clash Royale League Asia, and we're back with the second series of the night that has been a very, very long first series, and it took a lot of games to kind of decide who the better team is, and for the meantime, we are kind of putting our award that Sandbox is looking a little bit better than OP Gaming.
Yeah, Sandbox didn't exactly make it look easy, but they still won out. But let's talk about the next game. Kingzone DragonX versus OGN ENTUS. These two teams have completely different runs. I mean, Kingzone DragonX dominated the first part of the season and then ended up kind of trailing off. They're still first, but they trailed off. OGN ENTUS, you got to talk about the fact they didn't win for about 7 weeks, 8 weeks, and then they've started to slowly win. So maybe this could be the team that they take out.
Well, Kingzone DragonX, you were saying they were good for the first few weeks. It was literally the most first of the first few weeks because they've been very good for a very little while. And after that one, they weren't looking like the best team. Not even just in Korea, but even in all of the regions when this Kingzone DragonX right now, this record that this team has, does not outdo even the third places of the Southeast Asia and Japan right now. Just a little bit better than the last place teams of each of those other regions. So we will see them going up against OGN, obviously looking a lot worse than Kingzone. So in retrospect, you would expect that Kingzone would have a good time with this one.
Yeah, the last time these two teams met, OGN ENTUS lost 2-0. It was Q-Mills and Shad and Smokey in the 2v2, and it was Big Daddy in the 1v1. This time round, though, I don't think we're going to see a similar thing. But you talk about how Kingzone DragonX have started to, not perform well. Look at the teams they beat. Game with Ponos Sports, AHQ Esports Club, OP Gaming, and OGN ENTUS. They've taken games from the best teams of each region.
In a very, very early parts of the season.
The Ponos Sports one was like the first, the first time they played. But that was actually the last time I think we saw them win. Expo Master got that curse lifted off him where he could not beat Mikamboya.
Okay.
And since he's lifted that curse, he hasn't won since. We can see the bans here. Tornado and Golem banned in 2v2, and Tornado and Royal Ghost banned in 1v1.
And look at the matchups. Big Daddy in July going against One Crown and Hall. Sure, that's a thing, but that 1v1 is actually looking very, very hype with Expo Master finally going up against TNT. We didn't see too much of this, and we might just get to see this for the very first time here, Simon, and kind of decide who is indeed the best 1v1 player from Korea.
Yeah, TNT, highly, highly rated. Expo Master last CCGS, he ended up going against, I believe, Sergio Ramos in the first round and it was close, but Sergio Ramos just defeated him quite handily.
Yeah, and we are going to be looking towards a scenario where this 2v2 duo of Big Daddy and July, they haven't won that much. July won 1 set and lost 2. Big Daddy has won none and lost 4 sets in total. So this duel right here between these two guys, how likely is it they're going to win? But against an OG and 2v2, that's probably not looking much better than this.
Yeah, Big Daddy, the last time he played with July was against Detonation Gaming, and they lost 1-2. Bit rough there. But I mean, then we look at One Crown and Howl. When they play together, they are, I worked this out earlier and I've lost my sheet with it on. One Crown and Howl, they won their first game against OP Gaming. They lost to AHQ. They beat Kicks, Dylan and Lampo. Lost to Detonation, lost the game with. And yeah, that's the story of their 2v2. They've won 1 and lost 3 together.
With two duos playing this 2v2 and not having the best record so far, not having won many sets, but losing a lot of sets, and we will see one team, one duo come out on top on this one, because we are going to be beginning this game 1, the set 1 between Kingzone DragonX and OGN ENTUS. Still wondering as to who is the better team this time around. Let's get into game 1 and find out who's going to be the winner. Here we are, Big Danny and July for Kingzone DragonX. Going up against One Crown and Hall. We're gonna get the Lava Hound for, oh no.
No, that's okay.
That was a mistake.
No, you want the Inferno Dragon to hit the Lava Hound. It's
No, it will hit the Lava Hound either way, but now the other Lava Hound might just have to hit the other Inferno Dragon, and look at this. This is what happens. You have to summon extra units there, and the Lava Hound will go down very, very quickly, but look at this. Really nothing coming in. I don't say that is not a mistake, because you're using way more elixirs. You're using way more elixirs.
All right, you say that. I think it looks all right. It's not the worst of positions. They defended well. Their offense, okay, didn't get any damage done to the tower, but neither did OG and ENTUS. It's perfectly fine.
They have more elixirs now.
This new push didn't do anything either. Completely shut out, but that Inferno Dragon is healthy. Watch out for the guards. Snowball pushes it back. That's going to be enough to take it out.
And that's 2 more elixirs that OG and ENTUS just gone. I'm telling you, that one little mistake, it does go a long way.
Okay, guards coming down on the tower. Guards from Kingzone DragonX to defend the Inferno Dragon, this time behind the Lava Hound, and there's the balloon. Putting it down very, very early here. Is that going to be bad? There's the lightning coming down. That balloon is going straight for the tower. The miner is in the back. The snowball trying to push it out, but it is still going to connect.
Okay.
1 hit. It's going to get 2 here, surely.
No, it's just going to be
almost.
stuck with 1, and it will be a 1071 down to 799. So we're going to get the mortar out into play, and it's going to be now targeting this tombstone. And we will see what happens from all this, because it seems like this Inferno Dragon will go down very, very soon, and this Mega Minion will take care of this mortar. So despite the advantage that OGN naturally got in that first push of the game, they still lose out with that balloon connecting for a bit of damage, and we're going to see how this connects on here.
And the Inferno Dragon for Kingzone DragonX here connects quite handily with that Lava Hound. There is a push back from the snowball, which resets it and pushes it further into the poison. Does manage to pop it before it gets too much damage done to the tower. The pups, though, going to town. Great defense by Kingzone DragonX. Poison comes in here. They are getting damage done. That tower is slowly ticking down. 255 remain. There is 20 seconds left of regular time. The miner comes in, and the guards placed it completely the wrong location.
Yeah, poison away. Actually, just fireball away. That's all you really need at this moment. And this lightning coming through on a desperation notice in 5 more seconds. And this Lava Hound will probably not even be able to reach the tower right now, because the game will be over. And OG and ENTUS, even though they got that lucky break on that first play of the game where the Lava Hound was going to be summoned behind the Inferno Dragon by Kingzone Dragon. It's obviously a mistake, but it's still going to be going to a situation where they could not overturn that to their own victory for OGN.
I think you're right in saying it's a mistake. I think it's not a bigger mistake as you make it out to be, though, because eventually that Lava Hound will go in front of it anyway.
But you have to summon 3 more elixirs for those guards to target the Inferno Dragon down to the guards instead of your own Inferno Dragon. So that's 3 extra elixirs used for the fact that you didn't have to use it. So you're now 3 elixirs behind, and if you're OGN, you're supposed to snowball that to make sure you make that advantage into a bigger advantage, because snowball that a little bit forward, but they didn't do that because that balloon connected, and you talk about it all doesn't matter. I think it really did, because OGN, even if they got the advantage, they don't know how to convert that to their own benefits.
Yeah, they couldn't finish it through, and they ended up losing here. Lava Hound versus Lava Hound in 2v2 is very, very tricky, especially because you usually carry the Inferno Dragon as well, which is the perfect answer to your opponents, but you know they're going to be carrying it as well. So the balloon actually getting through is all that made the difference.
It really is. I mean, we talk about, bits and pieces of the journey to get to your destination, but it all doesn't seem to matter. When you can get that balloon to connect, it really just makes the destination all that more pretty for Kingzone DragonX. And They got the Game 1 victory, and they're probably looking for a Game 2 victory now as they're probably on the set point. Kind of wondering if they can do it again. One more balloon push. That will be successful for Kingzone. We will opt to finish this game, and let's see if OG can come back into this one after losing one. Can they win Game 2? Let's find out.
Alright, so here we go. Kingzone, DragonX, Big Daddy, and July in blue at the bottom. Summoning the guards and a Hogs against the mortar of One Crown and Hole in red at the top for OG and ENTUS.
We're going to look at a pretty heavy push from the side of Kingzone, and it's going to be stopped away pretty nicely from OGN's perspective, and we're going to see this miner once again guessed pretty wrong. You are looking toward that guard summoning on the left side instead, and still going to do a lot of damage throughout. And this Royal Hawk now coming in. Now it's going to be a chance for Kingzone to get the damage done on the other end. And they're going to be looking at this, and obviously the Dark Prince will do a pretty good job of countering for it. And now we're going to be a counter offense for OG and ENTUS now. And you see the zap away, very nicely done. And you're going to get this Kingzone DragonX to get that mini P.E.K.K.A. to destroy the miner, but still takes a little bit of damage from that one.
Yeah, the miner actually got a decent amount of work done, taking that tower down to 1806. And he was just left alone for the longest of time. There's a bomb tower.
Yikes.
To answer the mortar. Clearly, Kingzone DragonX were expecting hugs from OG and ENTUS, but they actually decided to bring the mortar.
Okay, they used the lightning. That wasn't much value. It only killed the Electro Wizard as far as I saw, so. For 6 elixirs for 4 getting damage onto the tower, yes, but we'll see how that long really takes it, because OG and ENTUS just got a little bit of disadvantage onto this elixir. They have to find out how to manipulate that one.
Yeah, the Inferno Dragons will slowly tickle each other to death. And we see the mortar coming in once again for OG and ENTUS. Is it going to be able to get any damage done? Completely whiffs the first shot right down the middle of those split guards. The Hogs come in. The Mega Minion is there. Tries to answer with the Dark Prince. And a miner in the back is answered by the Mini P.E.K.K.A. So advantage is going either way. Mini P.E.K.K.A. takes out the Dark Prince. E-Wiz to help take out the Baby Dragon here.
Look at this Mini P.E.K.K.A. rushing in. It will die out to this poison, but we're going to see this mortar right in the middle now, and try to do some damage onto anything it can. It gets the bomb out to the minion horde. We're going to see another situation where this Infernal Tower will do some work against this format here. And this Fireball going to the mortar will not stop it from putting out the stones all the way to the tower now, because it's still looking like a pretty close match of 474 down to 463 on the top side here.
Yeah, the Inferno Dragon there. They have to use the Mini P.E.K.K.A. to drag that Dark Prince away, and the poisons are coming in, which if these Hogs can get one hit, it would put them at an advantage, but they don't. E-Wiz has to come down to try and slow this down. 209, the miner is in the back. That means just
Baby Dragon, one spit, that's it. And the Baby Dragon got that spit away, and that's going to be one more second that Kingzone could have used to get that Fireball away. That 198 HP looked so sweet for Kingzone to finish that off with that spell, but didn't have enough time. And OG and ENTUS, in the closest of efforts, does get that game to victory.
Yeah, so we are going to get down to Game 3 between these two teams. That one was much better from OG and ENTUS. They managed to control. Yes, they took a lot of damage, but they also dealt a ton of damage themselves. And we do get a timeout called from Kingzone DragonX. Clearly, they want to take this 2v2.
They want to find out how to handle the mortar, because other than really tracking the units in with those guards, with anything in play, instead of having it lock on to the tower, they didn't have truly an answer for the mortar from OG and ENTUS. And Kingzone DragonX, if they found an answer to the mortar, this game would have been a lot easier for them. Didn't have to go to the last tier seconds to decide the winner. So as long as they can find an answer to the mortar coming from OG and ENTUS, I believe that should be more than good enough for Kingzone to get the victory.
Yeah, but that assumes that OG and ENTUS are going to play the mortar
Sure.
again, and I'm not sure they are.
It brought them a lot of success in the first game that they won in this 2v2, so maybe, but we'll have to wait and find out.
I think it would be a mistake playing a deck like Mortar again, because you can answer that pretty easily, right? There's a lot of things that will answer Mortar. You got things like golems, ice golems you can use. You can use inferno towers right next to them. There's a lot of things you can do to take them out. And that time, King's Own DragonX didn't really have the answer for it. Well, what's to say next time they don't?
They have the Infernal Tower, but you know, really, you say an answer to the mortar. I never really think there's a true answer to the mortar in this current Clash Royale game because I can't think of one card that completely counters the mortar other than maybe the Tesla and the cannon. But other than that, you know, what do you think
Cannon
of?
card?
Cannon card?
Skeletons? Skarmy, if you can get onto the tower without supporting army. But if we're talking about supporting army behind the mortar, then like a golem plus a mega minion will take it out because the mortar will always target the golem.
Yeah.
The mega minion takes it out. So I mean, there are answers for the mortar. It's not a completely unanswerable card.
That's 11 elixirs though for a 4 elixir card.
But you still end up going through a push of your own. The golem won't go down at the same time, so you still have stuff remaining.
We have to get this game going. Let's get the game going. Let's find out if they brought out the mortar again. Let's see if they find the counter for King's Own. Let's get into the game. You know, we are forever partners in crime because we do commit crimes to each other in terms of arguing to the near death. Simon, we are here for that reason, and we're gonna see what happens from here, and we're gonna see the Lava Hound, and we're gonna see the mortar again from OG. I told you!
Yeah, but this time they have a cannon cart. So cannon cart will do decently well, and the hogs as well. 2-0-6-2 on that first push. Do they have the Inferno Tower? Is there? What are they gonna do about the Lava Hound that's coming in here?
Cannon cart?
Cannon cart against the mortar. Even with the Mega Minion there, it's still going to take it out. Perfect answer. See, I told you so.
You lose 1 elixir, though.
Doesn't matter.
It's not a great counter. It's not a great counter. It is a counter.
But there was a Mega Minion there as well, dealing damage. Okay, good. Anyway, Royal Hogs come in, get near nothing done to that tower. The miner in the back, though, he gets something done. Gets 2 hits on the tower, and then starts to hit the Dark Prince. The E-Wiz there will stop the charge, but it's still going to go down to the Princess Tower and the Dark Prince. He's going to try to charge, and then in comes something to stop it, and that's going to die too.
Okay.
It's almost like reading a book.
It is, but we're going to see these Royal Hogs have a hard time reaching the tower as the snowball stops it, but still does a lot of damage with that guard.
Yeah, with 1 guard as well. The damage just ramped up. 807 remain. And the Inferno Dragon is here, the cannon cart, to answer the mortar. The snowball resets the Inferno Dragon, but that's not going to matter much because it's just going to charge up again. Down it goes. There's a poison as well from OG and ENTUS trying to take it out, but no dice. Well defended there from King's Own DragonX.
And even not allowing the baby dragon to get the spits out to the tower, and gonna have these Royal Hogs all on one side because it seems like OG and ENTUS does not have a fireball here.
Yeah, they definitely don't. They do have the giant snowball, but that's not going to be enough. Ooh, they had to use the defensive miner there to stop the charge from the Dark Prince. And that Dark Prince is still going to go down. Fire Spirit's in the back. The Inferno Dragon at the top takes no damage whatsoever. The Hogs go for the mortar. The cannon card is there as well. That's going to finish it off. The cannon card's then going to go and finish off that Dark Prince. Poison comes down. The Hog gets 1 chomp on that tower. Will the cannon card get in range?
Cannon card. Oh.
It does. Gets 1 shot off before being pushed by the Dark Prince back just out of range.
You know what it is, though, Simon? We are looking at the scenario where this E-Wiz still stays pretty safe throughout all this, and this Lava Hound trying to do something. It's getting awfully close. So 637 with not really anything to work with. That fireball very nicely done against the Lava Pups, but you're going to see a very, very close matchup. But it really seems like 331 seems too much of a reach for OG and ENTUS to work out this one, and they will go down in the end. That giant snowball will not do 331 damage, and that will be King's Own all in the end. Finding the answer to the mortar, it was the cannon cart. I'll give you credit for that, Simon. You deserve it.
I don't at all. It's just common sense. Anyway,
hey, hey.
The miner there managed to finish it off for King's Own DragonX, but they just made everything work. They got 1 shot with the cannon cart. Cannon cart connecting to a tower. That's always rough.
200 something damage right there. I can basically make it out of my head, but
and the Dark Prince pushed it back ever so slightly, just out of range.
still it got that one hit
But
though.
still, he got that one hit.
Yep. And that does make all the difference. You talk about 300 something HP that has to be taken by OG and ENTUS. Without the cannon car hitting, it would have been just as equal.
They'd have still managed to get it because the miner at the back was just going to absolute town. Even with the fire spirits that ended up jumping on top of him, he still managed to get the hits down. And this is where that balloon just got everything done. I mean, it had no HP at this point. Gets the one drop off.
Almost got the second.
Yeah, very close. I mean, the skeleton was hanging out the side of it before it went down. Fireball finishes it up. And even lightnings from OG and ENTUS just isn't enough to put it down onto what Big Daddy in July was showing them.
And it's funny to see that this game 1 and game 3, OGN played the same deck. And they lost with both of the decks. But they played a different deck in game 2. They didn't bring the Lava Hound into play, and they won.
Lava Hound is the issue.
Maybe.
I think it's just because Kingzone DragonX realized that they probably will bring the mortar again and just bought the cannon card in case, because cannon card's still a fantastic card on its own.
But, you know, on the defensive Kingzone, I mean, even that game too, it was almost their victory as well. They were not too far away from winning that one, so, you know, 198 HP, it went down very, very slowly, and literally just 1 second away. If I fought a little more time, that would have been the victory for them. So, to the defense of Kingzone, they have basically deserved all those 3 victories, and didn't get the second one, but still got it rightfully in the third one. And, you know, all in all, it is long series that we've been having for the first one, and it looks like to be just as long, because I feel like that 1v1, TNT's got to put a real challenge onto Expo Master.
Well, it is going to be deciding who is the best player in Korea at this moment, because Expo Master has been one of their only hopes really during these dark times of the conference division. He's been playing really well. He's been doing well, but we are about to get into a little overview of the match.
Let's get to the VCR of the interview we've actually had with Expo Master and TNT prior to this to see what they think of each other's play. So let's get to the VCR and we'll be right back after that.
(1위는) TNT라고 생각하고
오지엔 TNT 대형석 공장 재석장 선수
TNT
되게 무서운 존재죠.
아직 재석장을 따라올 만한 실력은 아니라고 생각해요.
드디어 이겼다 그런 느낌.
그냥 집중만 했습니다. 실수 없이 잘 한 것 같아요.
상대방 입장에서 상당히 까다로운 선수인 것 같아요.
올킬 해서 대단한 것 같았어요. 무대 경험도 많고 심리전을 잘하는 것 같아요.
쓸 수 있는 덱이 워낙 다양하니까
서로 대단하다 생각하면
저와 TNT 선수 모두 팀에 대한 책임감을 느끼고 있는 것 같아요.
1등이요? 리그에서는 대석장이라고 생각합니다. 클래시 로얄에서는 저고
저는 아직도 제가 아시아 원탑이라 생각해요. 전 1대1에서 만나도 제가 이길 것 같아요. 저는 진다는 생각을 해본 적이 없기 때문에
꼭 이기고 싶은 선수입니다.
엔티야 미안하지만 이번에 우리가 이길게. 다음 시즌에 더 잘하자.
내가 이길 거니까 미안할 필요는 없어.
It is quite interesting that we heard TNT say that the best player in CRL Asia, the league itself, is Expo Master, but in all of Clash Royale, it is him.
Yeah, it's a bit of a contradicting statement, because if he's the best player in all of Clash Royale, surely he's going to be the best player in
I think
CRL.
it's kind of referring to the offline environment when compared to the online environment, when you don't have to feel the pressure of competing for your team and just being able to get all these wins that matter so much for the entire season. Expo Master, I think he's putting the credit out there where it's due, where Expo Master, being a professional for a very long time, knows how to take that pressure into his hands and really convert that into adrenaline and to get all these good results that he's been getting. But TNT, he does put himself as a player, if it was just an online environment where they didn't have to worry about anything, that he would individually be a better player than Expo Master.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm going to quickly do, you see the stats on the screen. Let's look at who they've taken out. Expo Master beat Mikamboya 2-1, lost to Benza Riddell and beat Pyrameki 2-0. And then TNT lost to Master Hong in his first ever game, then beat Dios Stitch, Tempora, and Amaterasu.
Wow.
I'm going to say that Expo Master just taking out Mikamboya just puts him one step ahead.
Ooh.
But TNT, this is the rookie's chance to shine. He has to take down Korea's legendary Expo Master.
Well, we're ready for this legendary Korea matchup between Kingston DragonX and OGN. More importantly, it's going to be Expo Master versus TNT for this game number 1. Let's see who is the best player in all of Korea. Simon, you want to put a bet out there now?
No.
I'm rooting for TNT. Why don't you root for Expo Master and see who gets the win?
I am impartial between the two players.
Oh,
I
you're
think you'll
not.
find-
You think
Actually,
Master
Expo
better.
Master just wizard dabbed. Expo Master's going to win
Okay,
easy.
okay.
He's already won the emote war. He's going to win the in-game
I'm
war.
still cheering for TNT, and I believe that TNT will win.
All right, so we just see them throwing out the emotes right now, trying to get into each other's head. Let's just put the stakes on the table right now.
Ooh.
If OGN ENTUS can win this and then win the King of the Hill, they will still be able to get into the playoffs no matter how unlikely it's going to be.
TNT is winning. He got those fire spirits into the tower, Simon. He's going to win.
If Kingzone win this, they have such a big cushion over OP Gaming.
Got
they're
that
probably gonna
one
take it.
hit from that Barbarian. TNT won. You know it, Simon.
Is this what I'm going to hear the whole game? Just you going, oh my god, he got a hit, he got a hit, he got a hit. The furnace
Yes.
comes down. There's a fireball. And we see the tower take out the Mega Minion. And the furnace is going to get one small set. Guards coming in.
Ooh, that's sneaky. The
Bats
bats are going down.
Instantly burnt out by the fire spirits. Lumberjack comes down.
That was a
from
very
Expo
questionable
Master.
bat by Expo Master.
Better to take them onto your bats than it is to take them onto the tower. And a Royal Giant from TNT. And look at that, the Sparky from Expo Master. One shot, that E-Wiz goes down. It's going to charge up again. The Mega Minion is way out there in front, but 913 remains. And we're going to see the Goblin Giant here from Expo Master. No, we see the normal Giant in the front. What is Expo Master going to do to support this? Fire Spirits come in. In comes the Bar Barrel. The guards are there as well, trying to take out the Oh, it doesn't. That Tessa does
Brilliant.
taken down by the E-Wiz, but a lot of damage has been taken by both players on their towers right now.
TNT is so ahead in Elixir right now. He's about 3 in the lead right now in terms of Elixir count, and we're going to see this continue on here. Expo Master, he's going to have to make something work here with that Sparky. That didn't do too well last time around. It does cause a lot of distraction, but with the Giant that now will be supporting, can he get another push through? Because last time around did not look so well.
Yeah, the Bar Baron is there. The lightning comes down.
Pog. That is a Pog moment for TNT, and now he has a humongous push onto the other lane, and those bats are going down quickly from the Fire Spirit. The Lumberjack doing a pretty good job, but still gets that tower down to 405 here. And we're going to see more and more coming through, and this Giant is trying to get to the tower in time. Can it though? We're going to find out.
Yeah.
Oh,
the
beautiful
barrel there.
Bar Barrel.
Yeah, the Bar Barrel takes out the Spear Goblins, but
That's it.
the Giant's still doing damage onto the tower. There's still 405 remaining. Lumberjack is going to take out the E-Wiz underneath the tower. Nope, gets pushed back by the Royal Giant.
One shot by the Royal Giant should be good enough, because that will allow it to that fireball range. Oh, not the fireball range, but the lightning range. But it's going to be down to 98, no log, nothing to do here. So that will mean that it's going to be a big, big push. Now it has to be countered for by Expo Master. Now just cycling really quickly for TNT, and the lightning should be back very, very soon here, Simon.
Yeah, Expo Master knows that TNT has won, especially because he throws out the good game. There's the lightning, finishes it off, and Expo Master goes down game 1.
I told you.
I'm not taking sides. Just going to point out that
You said
Expo Master never really wins 2-0.
Well, I mean, well, okay, you indirectly just pick sides by saying that he obviously will lose game 1 like Expo Master always
But
does.
TNT has only won 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. He has never dropped a game when he has won a match.
Sure, against Master Hong, that's the only time he dropped the match in. We are going to go to this highlight being called by Ojin, I guess, because like, we didn't see any time or anything, but we're still going to see the brilliance of this Royal Giant connecting in. Look at this defense coming in with the guards, with the bar barrel, everything in line, and this EWIS at the very end. It's just spectacular textbook play by TNT on that defense.
Yeah, that's what TNT is all about. He's so textbook. It's almost readable. Maybe Expo Master can read what TNT is going to bring in this next game. Just counter it out.
He's not that easy to play against. TNT, when you're so immaculate on every little thing that you do, and it seems like it's near perfection. Obviously, being a human, you can't be perfect, but TNT, he's looked good in that game 1 and very much got that win where he deserves. So, this game 2, this is Expo Master's chance for retaliation, because if he loses 2 games in a row to TNT, that would surely really solidify the fact that maybe TNT is the best player in Korea. But will that happen? We're going to have Expo Master try once again in this game 2. Let's close this game once again.
So here we go, Expo Master in blue for Kingzone, DragonX at the bottom of the screen, TNT in red for OG and ENTUS, and Expo Master has the Furnace.
And does not take the HP damage onto the tombstone, which is very, very nice.
Poison comes down, almost perfect timing there, and Fire Spirits as well.
Expo Master has a Royal Giant deck. This is a Royal Giant deck. Simon calling it right now. Let's see what happens from here, because TNT, he used the Royal Giant in the game 1 to get the victory, but now he has to look for his own opportunities. The Royal Giant finally coming out for Expo Master in the first rotation. Gonna get the Rascals to join in the play. The Tombstone will be doing a very good job of getting the damage through it. These Skeletons doing a very good job. Even that Lightning is not gonna get too much. And TNT, he knows he won that out defensively. He sends out the fire emote.
Still not terrible, did get one hit, 1973. Expo Master is ahead at this point. Even though he's behind like 2 elixir, that's soon gonna come back up. Bar barrel thrown out by TNT. Furnace there from Expo Master isn't gonna take any damage from that bar barrel. 1991 remaining.
Gets 1 swipe. It gets it down to 1991 as we were saying, so it gets it very, very close to what the Royal Giant was able to on that last turn. And we're going to be looking towards this Mega Minion that will now take care of this Infernal Dragon. And look at these Fire Spirits connecting onto the Mega Minion, not allowing to get to the opponent's tower.
Yeah, very back and forth right now. Regarding the deck choices, it looks as though Expo Master might have a little bit of an advantage, but it's the advantage in terms of decks is very, very small.
Again, look at this. Once again, coming with the bar barrel, doing a very nice job. And
Graveyard there. Poison, offensive poison by TNT. He's going to take out those guards before they can
very aggressive.
Last out the thing there. And the Lightning comes down. There is a Mega Minion. 1 shot. Oh, the Tombstone was a little bit too late. 2 shots there from the Royal Giant. And now the Furnace will take out everything that's coming out. And that Tombstone is in a horrible position because this can happen. The Royal Giant will happily take that engagement from there.
The Baby Dragon out there here, and we're going to see another bar barrel actually on both sides here. Oh, that Royal Giant went down in a hurry, and we're going to look at this situation where this Lightning comes through, but really will not add too much because it now just will go down. Now we're going to see another Graveyard from the side, and we're going to see another offensive poison from TNT. And Expo Master sending out the guards. We know that will not survive for very long, especially to that poison. And it's going to take a lot of damage now.
Yeah, it takes a decent amount of damage, but I think still Expo Master has a little bit more than TNT, but it all depends on the push.
Oh, that's a good bar barrel value that definitely TNT should not have allowed on that turn. And we're going to look at this Tombstone that's doing a very good job of putting the damage out there. The Rascals once again coming in very nicely to only allow 1 hit from the Royal Giant. And we're going to see this be the last push for TNT. It definitely has to be if he really wants to get the victory now. We're going to see the Baby Dragon do a pretty good job, and the Bar Barrel helping out as well. This looking very good for King Zone right now, because it seems like Expo Master with one more Royal Giant push, that should be good enough. The 131 is not going to last for a very long time.
Yeah, the Ice Golem comes down, distracts the Baby Dragon. There's a Bar Barrel. There is the Graveyard. This will be the last Graveyard. Fire Spirits are there. 552. Incoming Bar Barrel. 297. It's going down. The poison is there. He just needs a couple more hits.
That's
Doesn't get it. 95. 131.
Lightning.
Lightning to finish off for Expo Master. There
Wow.
it is. Expo Master takes game number 2 here against TNT.
What was the difference maker in that game? It was that Tombstone that did not drag that Royal Giant in that middle of that game. You remember that play when the second Tombstone was coming in just in time and was just a fraction late. And that 3 elixir, I'm telling you, 3 elixirs go a long way, Simon.
Well, they do, but the Royal Giant there didn't even care it was behind him. Just keeps firing at the tower.
Yep.
And I think that was what ended up settling this. I mean,
Right here,
the
right here,
lightning
right
damage
here.
all the time.
Right here, that was the one. If that 3 elixir had connected, that would have taken away 2 shots from the Royal Giant, and that would have given TNT the win.
Yep.
That really would have.
Oh, the poison would have finished it. Yeah,
Yeah.
the poison would have been enough after that. So yeah, you're right. That Tombstone there
was all the difference.
just made all the difference.
Yep. You know, usually I'm right when I say stuff. Usually. You can start to believe me a little more, Simon.
Heard you talk about soccer.
You
All right. So anyway,
Oh.
poisons
Here
come
we
down.
go.
It just wasn't enough. The Dark Goblin was there, and I mean,
Yep.
Expo Master takes game 2.
Sure, and wow, I mean, whew, that would have been all of the difference if that one play went in the way of TNT, of dragging that Royal Giant in, but seems like the Royal Giants have been doing well for both of these players, getting each of the player 1 win each. But we're gonna go to game 3, kind of wondering, we still haven't decided who the best player in Korea is going to be. It is either Expo Master and TNT, but we don't know which at the moment. But this game 3 will help us determine that today. Let's go into game 3 of this 1v1 series.
So TNT here needs to win this to keep his team's minuscule hopes alive. But Expo Master, if he takes this, he is going to be calling himself the best player in Korea. And King Zone DragonX's chances of finishing first get that little bit stronger.
Well, Expo Master just kind of dabbed to give himself a little bit of a buff. Will it work though? Because he's won 1 game. TNT has won 1 game, but at the same time, it's really tough to decide who is the better player at the moment.
Mega Minion there against the Barbarian from the Barbarian barrel. Does get 1 hit, but that's not going to be too catastrophic right now. The 2 Mega Minions meet in the middle with the tower. Oh, Baby Dragon played just at the right time there.
Nice.
Stopping any damage getting done to his Mega Minion, who's going to just go straight for the tower, but gets pulled by a skeleton. And a Lava Hound from Expo Master.
Right at the bridge.
Right at the bridge. Minions to support. That Mega Minion gets 2 swipes off though. Fireball comes in, taking
Very
all those minions.
nice.
There's an Inferno Dragon there for TNT.
Expo
It's going to be hard. There's the
Master.
balloon on the left-hand side though. Does he have any anti? Yeah, there's the Mega Minion back in cycle. That means he's not going to get a push.
Ooh.
Death damage only.
Expo Master, you are now very, very behind in Elixir right now because you did no HP
And the
damage.
Inferno Dragon connects onto the tower. It gets ooh, 1,000 damage there done
Nearly.
by the Inferno Dragon. Oof.
That's a big oof right there.
Big oof.
Yeah, Expo Master has done wrong. He gone and done wrong on that Lava Hound push.
The
and
Mega
even
Minion
to
in the wrong place against the Miner. Predicted wrong.
It's fine, but like that's the least of his problem right now because that Expo Master, when he put out that Lava Hound on the right side and it did not work. When he put out the balloon on the left side and it did not work, that's where it's real problems at the start. We all know this.
Yeah, in terms of deck selection, Expo Master is definitely on the back foot, but we've seen him do things miraculous things before. We saw Thunder do a miraculous turnaround. Will Expo Master be able to do something similar? The Inferno
278.
Dragon is there.
Yep, Expo Master.
Pups come out, they take a lot of damage and they go down. So Expo Master reloads the Lava Hound on the left-hand side, trying to avoid everything. The balloon is there. Realizes he has to give up that right side tower to stand a chance of winning this.
Okay. TNT. Can he do this?
The balloon
Gets
gets
one
one drop.
drop.
Is he going to get a second?
Nope.
No, just not enough. But
That's
the Pups, due to a lot of damage, it's 10 seconds,
it.
641 remain, and it
No way.
looks... Yeah, I think you're perfectly right. It looks as though Expo Master is going to lose here. TNT just a little bit better on the day.
Woo!
Deck choice spot on for him as he takes game number 3.
And another game where the Royal Giant wins. Guys, play the Royal Giant and get 100% win rates. You saw it right here in first. And
Make sure that you take a very, very cold shower afterwards if you do play Royal Giants, though.
it can become very toxic.
Yeah, it's very toxic. You know, you need to get that dirt off your skin after playing Royal Giant. But this does mean we're going to get down into the King of the Hill between Kingzone DragonX and OGN ENTUS. Now, if you're either of these teams, what are you going to do? Obviously, Expo Master and TNT are going to be in.
Yeah.
Do you throw out TNT first and hope that he all kills?
Yeah. I think that might be a strategy here. I mean, we have won the crown. We have... Yeah, that's a third player for OGN ENTUS in the top one. Howling Q Mills were very not convincing through their 1v1 plays in the past. And what do you think of that one, Simon?
Q Mills has only ever lost in the King of the Hill.
Has he
And
won?
one crown. Was it one crown, did you say?
No, Q Mills and Howl.
Q Mills and Howl. Howl did win his first 2 against OP Gaming and has beaten Jai from Bren Esports. So I think you go Howl. He does have a slightly better King of the Hill record.
So when you're trying to compare 2 acorns, see which one's taller. And you find out which one's taller, sure, but you find out in the end that both acorns are pretty short.
Yeah, both acorns also still make a tree. So it's not worth comparing. I actually think, though, Kingzone DragonX are going to go Expo Master, Big Daddy into July.
No Ho?
I don't think we're going to see Ho in King of the Hill, but I am happy to be proven wrong. Kingzone DragonX do have one of the smallest teams. They are 4 players. That is the minimum players allowed to be in a team. So they don't have much to work around. They don't have much to work with. Whereas OGN ENTUS, yes, they have 4 players on their active roster like everyone else. They do get to pick from 5 players overall. So regardless of how any member of Kingzone DragonX plays, they will have to play a game on the day.
Well, OGN ENTUS, I think this is the conclusion of both of these teams in a King of the Hill situation, that for Kingzone and for OGN ENTUS, if either Expo Master or either TNT loses that King of the Hill, I think that will be almost game for the team that just beat them.
I mean, Ho does pretty well in 2v2. He does beat he has beaten SB and Jacke.
But this is 1v1 though.
Big Daddy has won 2 games in King of the Hill. He beat Shun and Zeros.
Okay.
And then you have Expo Master, who has beaten KK. He beat Roller Peron, Mick Amboya, Raiki Jones, Master Hong, Tempura, Ku, and lost his first ever King of the Hill to Pyrameki, who then went on to reverse sweep.
Well, I mean, we all know that information is very valuable and the data is there with us, but I think this is still just a 1v1 battle between Expo Master and TNT, to be honest, because the first player of those two to go out and not be able to play for the rest of the rounds, I think that will almost decide the fate for any of these teams.
I'm not sure I agree with you. I mean, it's very hard for any of these players to take games off the superstar player of each team, right? TNT is incredibly good. Expo Master is incredibly good. It's very hard for the people under them or around them in these teams to take games. But anything can happen. This is the joy of Clash Royale. We could see even the worst player in the league take a victory from the best player. That is what esports is all about, and that is what Clash Royale is all about.
That's what it's supposed to be about, but it definitely hasn't happened this season. It's been about the better players winning usually, and kind of the worst players never really beat the best players. In our story that we follow, it's going to be Q-Mills.
Is Q-Mills, One Crown, and then TNT, July, Ho, and Expo Master.
So you were wrong on both accounts today.
Bringing out Ho is interesting, but he is pretty good. I mean, yeah, Q-Mills. Q-Mills and One Crown do not have the best records, but TNT right now is just out of this world. Mega Minion banned for OGN ENTUS and NATO banned from King Zone DragonX. The first match, July versus Q-Mills, is going to be a very interesting match.
I have a feeling that this matchup will go down to both of these third player on the lineup. It will probably go down to Expo Master and TNT in the end.
We said this before.
Yes.
And then we saw an all-kill from...
Oh, I remember from KK, I believe.
Yeah, it was KK.
Yeah. You're
So
right.
we were saying like, oh, it's going to go all the way, and then KK out of nowhere
Yeah, he just does well.
just, yeah, played the best Clash Royale he's played all season and all killed. So as I said, anything can happen here.
You know, I believe in anything, but this level of anything seems too high of a reach, Simon. You don't think so? You're the kind of person that thinks nothing is out of your reach.
Yeah. Of course, nothing. I'm 6'4". Of course nothing's out of my reach.
Something that's 8 foot is out of your reach.
No.
You can't jump that high.
I can just knock it down. I'm also, you know, a heavy person. I'll just run into it and knock it over if I can't reach it. Actually, I do find it very difficult to touch the floor.
Ah, see?
I'm not very flexible. But I can then pick it up with my feet and I'm fine. Or I can sit down. Nothing is out of reach for anyone, and especially not these players. These are the top players Korea basically has to offer. So nothing is out of their reach, is what I'm trying to say here, Joel.
Well, that's some words of positivity there from Simon. Guys, if you ever heard anything from Simon, you heard this. Nothing is out of reach. Achieve your dreams and reach for it, and it will all come true, is what Simon tells you. Motivational words.
Yeah. I tell you what might be out of reach for some of these players, though.
What?
Dishes that are on the top shelf of a cabinet. Might be a bit too high for them. They might need a
You
step ladder.
just told them that nothing is out of reach, and you're making fun of them being shorter than you.
All right, Q-Mills has not recorded a single W this season.
You are unbelievable, Simon. You are unbelievable.
I am the worst in the world. Just looking at it, Q-Mills has played Dabong TV and lost. Dani and lost.
Yep.
In terms of 1v1, he played Sado and lost. Has not got a single W this season.
That's kind of what I thought.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen him win.
July, though, has... Like, I remember July last season. I think it was in the finals. He did a really, really good job in 1 or 2 games. I think he like won 2 or 3 in a row.
Uh-huh.
And then I was like, why haven't they been playing him in 1v1 before this?
Right.
And, you know, we're going to see him here. He hasn't got the best record in 1v1 this season, but he is the kind of player who can pull it out of the bag when it is needed for his team.
It's starting to make a lot of sense when you say things like that, Simon. When things don't go the way of someone, they usually don't have the trust anymore to go with that person any longer. But Q-Mills, this guy has been entrusted with a lot of important games for OG and ENTUS, despite the fact that he hasn't had the best of individual records. So maybe this is the time to prove himself. If he can get at least 1 win, that itself should be very valuable.
Yeah, the team to get the first win. If each subsequent player gets 1 win in their team, they win. So even if you win 1, lose 1, win 1, lose 1, win 1, done. Whoever gets the first win has a pretty big advantage going into the rest of King of the Hill.
I like your logic there. I like the pattern theory that you bring out to the system where it makes perfect sense. And we will see if that happens. The first one get the victory called by Simon will get the victory in the King of the Hills. We'll see that if that happens here. Game 1 of the King of the Hills. We're going to see July versus Q-Mills. See who's going to come out as winner.
So here we go. July in blue for Kingzone DragonX, who really wants to take a victory against Q-Mills in red at the top.
And I felt like this King of the Hill was going to eventually come. I felt that the Kingzone had a stronger 2v2 lineup, and I thought that TNT was stronger than Expo Master. And sadly enough, we kind of thought that this actually was going to be the scenario. So we are going to see a giant, very early summon of that giant for July, and Royal Ghost is going to penetrate through that giant for that one hit. But Royal Hog's coming on the left side. What are we going to get from the side of July here? Just a lumberjack, but it's not going to be the perfect counter for all this.
No, it's still going to take a lot of damage. Those Hogs are just going to town on that tower. 1,767 remain. July now needs this balloon to connect. The Musketeer is there. The balloon is raised. Is it going to get one drop? Freeze comes in.
Oh my gosh. Oh, this is the biggest cheese play in the entire season. Gets 3 here. That's a tower.
That is a tower, but it is worth noting July took heavy damage from the skeletons from the tombstone. 780 remains on his tower.
This is only happening on ladder plays. This doesn't happen in competitive. Balloon freeze.
Balloon freeze works all the time if your opponent isn't expecting it, and it looks like Q-Mills wasn't. He only tried to use the Musketeer to defend and had nothing else in cycle to help. Tried to use the poison, but it was too late. A raged up balloon will take out a tower.
Very much so.
Especially with freeze coming down. All right, we see the giant now going straight for the tower. The Musketeer is taking it down. The skeletons from the tombstone also do. And now Wizard.
Wizard, are you serious? This Musketeer will not be able to knock down the Wizard. And look at this fireball, perfectly playing. Even the Wizard gonna help out. Screen off the Royal Hogs, and this giant looks perfect in position, but the Wizard gets locked away. We're gonna see the Tombstone once again be in a little bit of distraction, but we're gonna see the giant just smack it away. It's gonna require a lot of units to get rid of that giant in the end for them.
Yeah, this could be dangerous. The Wizard played right in that side. The gutter of the Princess Tower of Poison comes down. That tower is gonna go down.
Yeah.
Wow, tower goes down, and now the whole game has gone towards Q-Mills. 884 remaining on that tower. When are we going to see the balloon freeze again?
We're not going to see it again because it's so easy. Now balloon is coming through, and the freeze, is it actually going to come?
It should come anytime soon. The balloon is there. The balloon is actually untouched. There's the freeze. Needs to defend against the Hogs. Does he have it? Does he have it?
Oh my god!
July takes it. That was right towards the end there. It looks really bad for July, and he manages to finish it out.
It looks, because of that result, it looks far worse for Q-Mills now. He got cheesed by that once, understandably, because he didn't expect to freeze in a competitive play, obviously, against the balloon, but the second time around, that is unacceptable.
It's not really a cheese. Like, even if you know it's coming, you cannot just sit and wait for it. What are you going to do? You have to put something down to defend. Because if you don't put something down to defend, the balloon's going to get to your tower, and you're going to die anyway, and you're not going to make your opponent spend 4 hits. I mean, he tried to trade the towers there. He tried to get both towers down, and it just didn't work out. There was just a little bit too much too quickly from July, and the lumberjack underneath as well. I mean, as soon as a lumberjack hits a tower, it's like boom, 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 and it's done. But we are going to see one crown.
Wow.
Up against July.
It's a tilting deck. I played against that many times before, and the raised up balloon with the freeze, it really kills you. I think I saw it more so in the sudden death challenge that actually came through last week, and got to play in it. A lot of people were playing that deck. A lot of people were playing that the balloon freeze deck that was really all about just getting the first tower down, and if you can cheese them one time and catch them off guard, and you just win the game here.
Maybe that was accidental by July. Maybe he just left his sudden death challenge deck. Yeah, maybe it happened. You know,
maybe he took 3 minutes and to prepare his deck, and he still accidentally picked the sudden challenge.
Anything's possible.
But still won. I mean, that's all that matters. I mean, Q-Mills, he lost to the balloon freeze deck with the lumberjack raging up, but game 2. I suppose that July is not going to bring that taking in, but it seems like we don't know anything at this point. We're going to go to game 2 kind of wondering if July can continue on his dominance, but One Crown being a tough opponent, let's see if he can come back right here in this game 2. Alright, here we are. July coming off of a win in that game 1. We're going to do it again, but it seems like One Crown off to a very early start with the tornado being banned away. It's going to summon the miner right there in front of the King's Tower.
Yeah, the Hog Rider is going to get 2 connections onto the tower, possibly 3. A zap comes in though, making the 3-hit dream instantly fade. And the cannon from July.
2.6. Hog cycle.
Very, very quick Hog cycle deck means we have to see a very quick defense from One Crown. Is he going to have it?
Or just go extremely aggressive on the other side where the Hog Rider has been rode upon. So there are multiple options for One Crown in this matchup against the 2.6 Hog cycle. And you're going to see another E-Wiz along with the minions. Still got limited to 1 hit though. This is a dangerous situation that you don't want.
Oh, the luck went straight over the head of the E-Wiz. Probably expecting something to come up behind it there, but nothing was. The cannon once again distracting the Royal Ghost, but the miner in the back is going to town on the tower. 1614, 1550. It just keeps going down. 1486 remaining. The miner doing good work here for One Crown.
And One Crown getting more of the damage so far. Just gonna probably allow that Hog cycle to go through. And this Mega Knight is bad news for any 2.6 Hog cycle players. And July, he sees that Mega Knight and wonders what his answer is going to be.
The Ice Golem is a good start right next to it. Even with the poison there, the Musketeer is still going to get a decent amount of damage. The skeletons as well could distract. The Ice Spirit is what is chosen, and that Mega Knight does nothing. I had to stop there because...
yeah, 0.1 second away from getting 200 plus damage on that charge up, and we're going to get another Mega Knight that doesn't come in fire, and it's going to be the swing that comes in from the Hog Rider. And if you're looking at this, the miner doing a pretty good job, but it's going to be now targeted out by this cannon. And we're going to see from this Royal Ghost, not really much, and we're going to see the Musketeer take care of most of the things here. And we're going to see another Mega Knight here. Of course, it's doing a very good job. Ooh, just placed a little bit 1 tile to the front there, that Mega Knight. Could have just been standing still, got the second hit onto the Hog Rider before it got that swing.
Yeah, the Ice Golem comes in, Fireball to take out the minions, and the miner there is gonna start hitting that Musketeer. Oh no, oh, Ice Spirit there, slowing it down. Skeletons will finish up, but look how much damage the Royal Ghost has done on the left-hand side. Yep. Suddenly, it's very, very bad for July there.
Well, 665 is not much when you think of it, but it still brings you to a scenario where this Mega Knight is really tough to get around at. We're going to see this, the Ice Golem probably just be the distraction for all things defensively, and we're going to get this just explosion all the way through it. This miner now starting to attack. This cannon will go down very, very quickly, and this Ice Golem, it will not last forever.
The E-Wiz and the miner there.
Yeah.
Just enough damage. July goes down. One Crown taking game number 2 between these teams.
Yeah, Mega Knight makes it so tough for the 2.6 Hog cycle players. And, ooh, you know, if it wasn't for that Mega Knight, I think it would have made it a lot better opportunity for the for July to play that deck and try to find success. But, you know, if you see the Mega Knight, you start, you know, putting out a big sigh, because you know it's going to be a tough day for you for 2.6 players out there. And once again, it is a situation where July just couldn't overcome the deck difference. And now it's going to be going out. As we're going to see the next player for King's Zone hop in now.
Yeah, Ho and One Crown are going to go head-to-head here. Ooh, it's a difficult one to call. Like,
I say One Crown.
You think One Crown? One Crown was the TNT for OG and ENTUS before TNT joined.
It is. It was a One Crown, one-man team for OG and ENTUS, and as soon as TNT came in, it was the TNT one-man squad. Either way, OG was always a one-man squad of some sort in Season 2. And they're continuing to be, but One Crown, serving as the previous hard carry of the team, has done well to knock out July. And can he get Ho down though? Ho is a new proposition into this lineup. Not much being played out here in terms of season. 1 win for that 1v1, but 1 loss as well. King of the Hills looking at 2 games win and 3 games lost.
Yep, he has beaten Dabong TV in a 1v1 and lost to Manong GP. In King of the Hill, he beat SB and Jake and lost to KK, Master Hong, and Pyrameki. Let's be honest, Ho taking out SB and Jake from AHQ was very, very shocking at the time.
Sure, but Ho, he has a very low trophy count relatively compared to the other pros, 5.3k exact.
If I remember correctly, Lewis from Detonation Gaming has the lowest displayed trophy count at 4,500 now.
4,500?
Yeah, it's very low, but he is the coach. Don't forget, he is the coach.
Still, like,
and he's mostly 2v2.
I got to 4.5k.
Of course, but I mean, it doesn't matter how good you do on ladder. Ladder is a completely different beast. It's all about your grand challenges and how much you can do at tournament standard. Ladder doesn't mean much when it comes to these players.
Well, whatever does matter is really these 2 players still on the 2nd slot of both their teams. Just allowing themselves to get another win is going to be their priority. Let's see who's going to get the win right here. Game number 2.
So Ho in blue at the bottom of the screen. One Crown in red at the top. For OG and ENTUS, who's going to win this one? We're about to find out.
I said a 1 crown, but it could be the other way around with Ho pulling up a good effort to get this win right here. But we're already on our 2nd King of the Hill, by the way. Just that we realized that it's been 2 hours and 35 minutes into the broadcast, and we're still not done with the 2nd series. To put into perspective, I think we were done with an entire broadcast from other regions in less than 2 hours one time.
Yep. All right, Royal Ghost from Ho at the back. Ewiz from 1 crown as well. Poison comes down. Royal Hogs for 1 crown here. Ewiz played minions as well. The Royal Ghost actually is going to go to town on that tower at the top.
Ooh,
the Hogs are doing work. The minions zapped away.
Oh, still does a lot of damage. You talk about those swipes coming from each of those minions does go a long way. But all that through, we see 16-14 on the right side for 1 crown. So losing a lot in that trade. So we will see how that affects the later of the game, because it's been only targeting 1 tower each for both of these players for now.
Yeah, it's very, very back and forth. Incoming Royal Ghosts from both players. And a Bandit played for Ho to try and defend, and Ewiz on the other side for 1 crown.
Look at the Royal Ghost go down on both sides, and the charge will be allowed by 1 crown, but still focusing mainly on the right tower. It's going to be the priority, and this Pekka now coming in.
Oh, the Battle Ram actually body blocks the Royal Hogs there for just a second, but they're still getting damage done. 1,012 remaining on that tower, and the Battle Ram does not connect to the tower.
Yeah, the Pekka's there on the other side. This is a bad scenario if you are Ho, and you didn't think another Pekka was going to be in line, and this poison is a good one. As we're going to see a pretty good slowdown from all these units, even the Bandit. It's going to be the one to push forward, and this Royal Ghost gets himself visible in time to soak up all the damage.
Yeah, and the Royal Hogs again. The Royal Ghost to defend Ewiz as well, but damage is still making its way through the tower. Even uses a zap there to try and defend himself, but what is he going to do about the minions on the right-hand side?
Yeah, good defense from the side of 1 crown on that one, just using the minions and the skeletons to take care of that Battle Ram. And you're going to see more of this here. The Bandit is going to be charging towards the Royal Hogs, and you're going to see the Pekka take care of most of the action right here.
The Bandit underneath charges to the skeletons in the middle. And then the Ewiz. That was a huge, huge jump there for her. And look at this. Pekka, Ewiz, and then behind the Battle Ram. The Battle Ram is going to connect.
The Battle Ram's going to connect. Yeah, that's definitely a connection.
And
this Bandit on the right side.
And the minions there too. That's a lot of damage. 422 remain, but 1 crown has this Pekka and a Royal Ghost coming down on the side.
Very low
Ewiz
HP
is
though.
there.
Very low HP. Can it connect the Royal Ghost? It's going to be connecting on the Royal. Hogs are connecting on.
Dangerous here.
Okay.
602, 425 is going down very, very quickly. It's going to be enough.
That's
The
it.
poison is there.
One crown
And
got it.
Ho! Whew. Ho goes down.
Ho goes down. And we kind of expected that one crown would pull out the goods, and he definitely does. And now it's up to Expo Master to hopefully get 2 victories in a row. That's the only way that Kingzone's going to win this one. But OGN, very, very close now to get this victory.
Yeah, OGN are very close to taking another scalp. Even though they're not really in contention that much anymore, they still can keep their dream alive here by beating Kingzone DragonX.
And
2 bosses remain. There is 1 crown and then TNT.
And that's that final boss that he hasn't beaten yet, Expo Master. Well, it's TNT. The last matchup, it was a 0-2 against him. And we'll come back to him. Even if he beats 1 crown, he's going to be just as worried going up against TNT one more time here.
Yeah, Expo Master is definitely the Sonic. 1 crown is definitely Metal Sonic. And then TNT
What is he?
is the Mecha Eggman at the end of Sonic the Hedgehog 2.
I didn't watch that far.
You didn't play that game?
I didn't play that far. I only know the Mecha one, but like,
You could never beat Metal Sonic?
I mean, I know who Metal Sonic is, but I just don't know the next character after that because I never played.
It was the giant robotic Eggman.
I don't know that one.
Get it. All right, what is Expo Master going to bring? We don't usually see him bring the Expo unless he's really trying to...
He's try-harding.
Yeah, unless he's trying to rub it in.
try-harding.
We might see him play it the first time against 1 crown, but it's not really that strong in today's meta.
No, Expo is really bad in current meta right now. I know that because that's my main deck, and
I wouldn't say it's really bad. It's just it has become a lot more difficult to play.
I mean it's
and to win.
It's bridge spam and it's defense decks, and I find it very, very difficult in the current meta. And you know, I played it across all the metas, trying to force it into any type of meta that presents itself. But Expo, it's really, really tough time for the Expo right now, especially with the Royal Giant. And gonna get a timeout from OG and ENTUS though, just to have what it takes to defeat out Kingzone DragonX, as Kingzone DragonX does not have a timeout of their own. We'll probably appreciate this timeout to talk things over.
Yeah, I'm really interested about what you can bring. Will we see the Royal Giant?
Royal Giant does well. I mean, why not bring the Royal Giant? It's brought over 3 wins in that situation last time around, so we are going to be looking towards a scenario where Expo Master beating out 1 crown and going over to TNT to get his revenge might be the most vital situation, but it is 1 crown who just wants to finish off this team right here, and even including Expo Master, still believing that he can probably win this one.
Yeah, we can definitely... I think we might see Minor Graveyard Poison from Expo Master. Something that we don't really see him play.
Minor Graveyard Poison?
Yeah.
That's a weird deck.
No, it's not.
Minor Graveyard Poison.
Yeah. With a Bar Barrel in there, too.
Who plays that deck?
It's an old deck, but it still works, man. It's not a deck we see him play often, but it's something that's so far out the left field into what we've seen today. It could work, but we are about to find out what he's playing as we get into game 3 or 4 between these 2 teams. It is game 4.
We do that.
Yeah, 100% we knew that.
Well, I knew that. I don't know how much you knew that, but it's all right. We're going to get started with this game. Expo Master and 1 crown for this game 4, just to rub it in a little bit more right there. And we're going to start this game. And 1 crown, of course, he's 1 win away from giving his team yet another valuable victory. But obviously, Expo Master wants to keep his team alive and wants to get 2 victories in a row. Can he do it, though, Simon?
If anyone can do it from Kingzone DragonX, it is Expo Master. Royal Ghost from 1 crown played at the bridge. Looks like he's going to go for the bridge spam P.E.K.K.A deck again. But Royal Ghost can fit into anything. We see a log there from 1 crown. Giant.
Giant Sparky, maybe.
I mean, we see it a lot. And there's the Mega Knight.
Could be the Giant 3 Muskie, Giant Sparky, anything that we're thinking of from Expo Master. He tried to... it's a double Prince deck, so... We know the Giant is also very, very flexible, so it goes well with many types of different archetypes. And You're going to see the Prince just charge on, and you're going to see this minions very nicely timed here, basically, but you're going to see nothing really coming from the Prince. Is going to be charging on this one crown. What's he going to get from all this? It seems to charge go onto this Prince, but it's going to be just good enough to get all those units away.
Yeah, the minion does manage to clear out the Inferno Dragon. The log just in time to make sure he took no damage there. And both players have done exactly 84 damage to each tower.
That's your mathematics of the day, Simon.
That's it, I'm done after that. There's the Moina. The miner is there, and Expo Master misjudges its location. Does get quite a few hits. 2194 remain. Log onto the guards.
How many damage was that, Simon, on the left side?
Too much to count now.
Whoa,
anyway,
God.
we see the miner. We see the giant and the prince there. The Mega Knight comes down. It's going to try to take that out. Zapped. But that means the minions on the side are going to be pretty difficult to take down here.
But the Magic Archer is here, but the minions go down regardless. And this penetration damage not good enough. It's going to be just a little bit short. The guards misplaced once again by Expo Master against this miner, and we're going to see the Log do a very good job. And you see a switching of sides here, and they're just going to go full in, all in on this left side. But the poison is there from the opposing end. That's going to be a scenario that you're not favoring if you are Expo Master, and you're going to see yourself be down under this tower, and this Prince is going to be charging against this, the E-Wiz, but what we're going to see from the rest of this.
Yeah, there's the Magic Archer to help take out those minions that remain. And Royal Ghost will trade very well with that. Royal Ghost to take it down after taking just a couple of hits. The miner played at the back again, and Expo Master one more time misses the location of his guards to stop the damage coming in. The Royal Ghost does go down right in front of the tower. 1342 remains on his tower.
Ooh, good prediction, Magic Archer, though, knowing that the minions would come in time. Oh, the charge comes in. That's crucial, and we're going to see the tower go down to 1372, and this Infernal Dragon once again doing a pretty good job. Good poison on the side of one crown. It's going to allow that one punch coming in from that giant, but really nothing more than that. Still on the lead is going to be Expo Master, but you can see this miner still connecting for a lot of damage. And this Infernal Dragon. Infernal Dragon.
682 remain. He did manage to get more damage than he had any right to get with that Inferno Dragon and miner there.
Ooh, Expo Master, he's on the behind right now. He's looking bad, and he's not looking like a winner at this point. And 682 down to 598, and this minion's coming through, and the giant just all in on the right side. This has to be a desperation effort for Expo Master. If he doesn't get this, he doesn't get the win.
It looks like, I think the miner just got enough there, and Expo Master goes down to one crown. One crown, my friend, all kills.
You know, it is fair to say that one crown has sort of been forgotten by the OG and ENTUS squad ever since TNT came in and really stole the highlight and really stole the spotlight away from him. And one crown, a very deserving player, one of the highest prospects coming into CRL Asia Season 2, and very well deserved of him. And you were talking about Kings on DragonX, whether to put Expo Master on TNT. I think the first assignment should have been Expo Master versus one crown.
No. You can't really rely. One crown was in the 2v2 though. And like, you know, do you want to put TNT, a world-renowned 1v1 player, in 2v2? Are you crazy?
I'm just saying that, you know, Expo Master was kind of compared to TNT as being who's the best player in Korea, but I think he should have went past one crown first before he was ever compared to TNT. That's kind of what I'm saying.
You like to talk down on these players, man.
Just saying. I mean, based on results, we're all about result-oriented casting, aren't we? I mean, we see the result, we see who won, and we see that on the day, Expo Master was not better than TNT, and he was not better than one crown.
So there in game one, still at game one, the balloon freeze was just a little bit out on the left field for July, but couldn't turn his 2.6 into a victory and ended up going down to one crown.
Simon, have we had a longer broadcast than this? Have we? What was the longest broadcast you had? When did it end?
4.5 hours, 5 hours.
Ended
anyway, game three, we have One Crown versus Ho, and Ho actually looked really good. He just kind of ran out of steam at the wrong point.
Yeah. Okay. We are looking at the replays of the highlights, and you know the end of the story was One Crown did very well, and with one player from ENTUS, that Cumulus that went down in the first round. That was July's chance to add on to the consecutive wins, but really put a halt to that by One Crown, and basically ever since then he hasn't lost a game.
Yeah, if you look at Ho's face in that game there, you saw the exact moment where he realizes he lost it. He just grips the phone that little bit harder. And I mean, Expo Master here, he did really well. It was very, very close, but One Crown just kept he just kept his locomotive running, and eventually just run him over.
And even allowing that Prince charge was kind of why I made it a little bit closer than it actually was, because One Crown was on the front the entire time, and the pace was controlled by One Crown throughout the game as well, because it seemed as if Expo Master had to switch sides multiple times during that round. Kind of showed us that really the pace wasn't under its control. So, I'm going to get to the win of ENTUS, probably going to get to an interview very soon by them and to hear what they have to say. Let's go over to TNT, as it seems like, for this interview.
네, 승리를 가져간 정말 힘겨운
Another win
승리입니다.
being gathered by OGN. And we're going to talk with TNT after that win. How do you feel about that win?
생각보다 쉽게 이겨서
I got the win a little bit easier than I thought, so I was a little surprised by that.
일단은 ENTUS 특히나 TNT 선수와 인터뷰를
You
하기
did say
위해서는
that having an
인터뷰가
interview
굉장히 많이 힘들
with TNT.
것이라고 생각이 듭니다.
We thought that it was a tough matchup for you altogether.
그때 좀 어땠어요?
Yeah,
인터뷰
how was it altogether?
그 느낌은 좀 어땠습니까? 일본에서의 경기.
Yeah, especially fighting against teams in Japan.
때문에 무조건 이겨야 된다고 생각을 해서
I knew that we had to get the wins because we were so behind in points, and
별 기분 안 들었어요.
I didn't really feel much after that one.
알겠습니다. 자, 빨간색 계속 보시면 됩니다. 네. 자, 어쨌든 이번엔 원크라운 선수가
And
올킬을
with One
가져가게
Crown
됐습니다.
doing so well in the King of the Hills,
올킬 가져가는 거
doing
보면서
out.
느낌 좀
how'd you
어땠습니까?
feel with him doing so well?
정말 잘해준 것 같아요.
I think he did really well.
사실은 그 TNT 선수가 여기 아까 전에 인터뷰하기 전에 올라와가지고는
And
형. 저 필요 없는 것 같아요.
TNT said that he told me that he wasn't needed for that King of the Hills because One Crown did so well.
킹오더리까지 간 거 아니겠습니까? 본인 역할
And
분명히
obviously, you doing
있었거든요.
well in the 1v1 probably helped you get to the King of the Hills. What do you think about that?
그렇습니다. 인터뷰 최고 난이도의 TNT 선수와 함께하고 있습니다. 자, 어쨌든 두 번째 저희 그 세트에
go over
대해서
to
이야기 안 해볼 수가 없습니다.
Second
계속
question about the
거라고
second
혹시
set.
인상을 좀 하셨습니까?
It was a big highlight match between you and Expo Master.
그래서 그러면은 본인이 들고 나온 여러 가지 뭐 대기라든가 이런
I'm sure
것들을
you had a lot of
거의 뭐
decks prepared.
100% 평소 때 연습할
Did
때
you feel maybe you played to the 100% of your
대석장을
condition?
위해서 봐야 되겠네요.
네, 근데 대덕장 선수가
I think
게임을 노출시키지 않고 했기 때문에
I
저는
think Expo Master didn't play to his full potential, so that's what allowed me to get a little bit easier of a win. But
사실은 로자에다가 광고까지 집어넣게 되면서 어찌
the
보면
Royal Giant and that with the minor,
일명 잡대
thought it was a really unorganized deck to a certain point. But what do you think about that one
어떤 점이 좀
in
좋다?
terms of that deck
이런 거?
selection?
그게 샤케 선수가
네.
썼던 덱인데
네네.
Shaka kind of used that deck before, and I tried to learn from that
사실은
and try to
많은
use it as my own.
분들께서 그 TNT 선수의 장점 중에 하나가 해외 선수들이
People
사용하는
do say
덱들을
that
좀 빠르게
your
흡수하는
kind
스펀지처럼
of strength is that you're able to get the idea from the foreign players and really make it into your own to do really well with it. What do you think about that one?
좀 잘하는 팀 것만 봅니다.
I try to look at the teams that are doing well.
그 가장 많이 보는 데가 이 모탈스하고
이모타스.
I'm looking at Immortals,
뭐 쿠에소나 뭐 이런 뭐 이쪽 뭐 유럽도 좀 보시고 잘하는 팀도.
looking at some European teams as well.
자, 일단은 현재는 오젠이 자력으로 진출하기 위해서는
And
결국에는
with OGN
전승으로
having to make it to the playoffs, even by the slimmest of chance, you have to win every single match from here on.
맞게 되는데 어떻게 뭐 자신이
Do you think
있습니까?
that you have
그렇게
the
될것
confidence to
같은지
get that done?
궁금하기도 하네요.
충분히 가능할 것 같습니다.
I think we can definitely get the wins from here on.
앞으로 그러면은 거기서 본인의 역할 원크라운보다 내가 조금 더 잘하겠다. 뭐 이런
Do
것도
you feel
있을
like
거
you
아니에요.
can do better than One Crown for how well he did today?
뭐 이런 거 있을 거 아니에요. 마지막으로 좀 그
Maybe
파이팅
you want to
넘치게
share your last bit of words?
뭐 이기겠습니다. 오젠 화이팅
you
이런 거
did
한번
well.
좀 들어보고 싶은데 혹시 가능할까요?
Want to share that with us?
가능하지 않구나.
He doesn't feel hyped enough for that,
알겠습니다.
but
자 어쨌든
that's fine.
앞으로의 그 오진 엔투스의 멋진 경기력
But with OG ENTUS having done so well, we'll see them to continue to do well.
오진 앞으로 뭐 다 이기겠습니다.
And maybe you want to say something regarding the OG.
와서 한 번만.
파이팅해서 2승 챙기도록 하겠습니다.
We'll try to make sure that we do
감사합니다.
well and
자 이렇게
collect the
해서
2 wins where it's necessary.
1승도 챙겨간 오진 엔투스의 TNT 선수 만나봤습니다.
That
저희는
was the
잠시
interview
쉬었다
with
다시
TNT,
돌아와서
and
다음
that's
경기
gonna be it for the
전해드리겠습니다.
interview for OG ENTUS, who just got the win. But that's gonna be it for us, guys. For the second series, we're gonna be back with the last series of the night. So one more short break, and Kingzone and OP Gaming will join us then. So short break, guys. Once again, we'll be right back after that. Welcome everyone to Royale Asia Season 2, and we're here for the very last series of the night, and it's been a long one, guys, and we're finally here. Kingzone going up again once again after just suffering a loss, but this time against OP Gaming, a team that has also suffered a loss. So this is a situation where two losing teams at the day is going to be fighting out for that one last victory.
Yeah, both of these teams lost previously, so they're going to look to try and turn it around here. OP Gaming need this win to keep their dreams alive. Kingzone need this win to at least give them some kind of breathing room, as they are now second place after being first place for the last
forever.
9 weeks.
I think literally since the start of the season, as soon as they started winning games and not really dropping them in the earlier parts of the season, they were retaining very, very closely though. Very close margins to getting that first place, but they were holding that first place for the longest time. Expo Master is not a happy man at the moment, and he's got the frowns on his face after losing the 1v1 and losing the King of the Hill. Now he's returning to see what he can do. Will he even be in the roster? I don't even know that one.
No, who knows? We've already seen both of these teams before. OP Gaming looked shaky at best. At least Kingzone DragonX, you know, they came out fighting. The 2v2 was pretty close. The 1v1 was close-ish. King of the Hill was pretty good.
Yeah.
That never happened for OP Gaming. They never really took things by the horn, especially in the 1v1s.
Well, Jin TV, he had 2 ties. I still remember that. That was a
tie,
and
then ended up
basically winning then losing in the end.
Yeah, Thunder kind of stole it from Jin's hand. It was one of those
the Garpeka came into the rescue and just flew to the tower and get that one swipe. That where it all mattered.
Yeah, but you know, anything can happen. Honestly, I'd give the advantage to Kingzone DragonX, but we're gonna have to wait and see what's gonna happen. OP Gaming have proven that they're good, just a little bit unlucky.
I don't know. I mean, 2 teams, they lost, and now they need to be winners, because you talk about losing today. That's one thing, but these 2 teams, both of these teams, have basically lost for many, many weeks in consecutive.
Well, one of them's going to finish that now, because one team has to win here. Big Daddy and July for the 2v2 at Kingzone DragonX versus Oichan and Chasu for OP Gaming Clash Royale. And then in the 1v1, Ho versus Dabong TV.
Wow, Expo Master playing.
And Jin TV also sitting on the side.
Yeah,
so
right.
Interesting lineup. Royal Giant ban. That's how far we have come in Clash Royale. I remember we would not see a Royal Giant ever, and now he is everywhere.
And it is being banned now. That's how good he is right now, because with that huffy beard, that change that we thought was going to be a nerf or maybe a buff to the Royal Giant, not many people were kind of making it out as to what that actually was, but you know, in competitive play, it's definitely a buff, and people are knowing how to use it, and that 60% damage increase from the previous generation of Royal Giant, it surely made a difference.
Yeah, well, in this 2v2, we have a double Tornado ban. It's like being back in week 1 and 2, where Tornado was banned every game. What are we going to see without Tornado? Pretty much everything. Miners, hugs, balloons, Hog Rider, anything is possible when Tornado is out of the picture.
Miner is definitely so nice to use when you don't have the Tornado as an option for your defense, and it means that, you know, this 2v2, everything is possible. Literally, when you put the Tornado, just spanning it out, even the poison is here, so the Graveyard can actually technically work out. So anything, quite literally anything, will look even better because the Tornado's gone.
Ice Spirit, not Ice Spirit. Ice Wizard is the one card, and Executioner is one card that really suffers when there's no Tornado.
Ice Wizard is still quite good by itself.
Oh yeah, it's still really good, but with a Tornado, it's really good.
Woo! Simon, you're way up in the air today. You're floating up in the skies right now. You said nothing is out of your reach. You really defined that for yourself today.
All right. Well, whatever I'm doing, we're almost ready to play this game. We're going to have Big Daddy and July versus Oichan and Chas.
And chashu sounds delicious right now. It's that little bit of pork that goes on Japanese ramen. It's called chashu. So I wonder if you knew that.
Yeah, he did. His name used to be Chasu Toppa.
Chashu toppa. Ah, so he's a fan of that food, but I'm a fan of teams winning, and these two teams haven't been winning a lot in recent times. And it's finally time for either of these teams to finally collect a W. Let's start with this 2v2 between these two teams. Here we go. Big Daddy and July for Kings of DragonX, another losing team. Going up against Uchan and Chashu, another losing team. And finally, one of these two teams will now win a Clash Royale.
Well, we hope one of them wins.
Oh, it has to be. It has to be.
All right, so in the initial exchange, look at the miner there on the bottom, just getting work done for OP Gaming. And I mean, Kings of DragonX haven't even got on the board. Just a zap. That's it. Not the greatest of starts for them. Another miner in the back. Dark Prince again trying to defend against
Doesn't even get the charge on.
And the P.E.K.K.A. The bats will actually take it down.
Yeah.
And the bats and the miner. Oh my goodness, is that tower going to live?
Barely. 495 is a couple of spells away, and they got the perfect sets for it. They got 2 poisons and a snowball. Anything that can connect on with the tower will help quite a bit. Warhawks going on once again, and that's the worst timing ever to go for the golem when you just saw the Royal Hawks.
I think it was one of those things where, you know, they did it exactly the same time, because there's no way you would do that after seeing the Hogs. We see lots and lots of bats. The lightning is there. That's going to be used anytime soon on the bomb tower.
Good log value right there, and you're going to see this, mini P.E.K.K.A. even adding to damage right there, and that's going to be the Golemite just kind of stranded in walking to this tower, and obviously not going to get to much, and Royal Hawks all on one side tell us they're ready to win this game with 2 crowns for the side of OP Gaming.
Yeah, this is not going well for Big Daddy in July. 1 tower down to 141. It will go down to a poison later on in this game. Double Prince charge here. Double Dark Prince charge. Takes out the guards. Nothing's going to get onto the tower. Minions there will clean that up. Very nice.
This is a feels bad moment for Kings of DragonX. That's Golem charge has somehow needs to get 2 towers.
I mean, it could go for the 3 crown, but I mean, that's... You need a catastrophic failure in defense from OP Gaming.
This is what they're looking for. They're looking for 2 crowns down. They're not going to go for 3 crowns. That seems nearly impossible. Just going to go for 2. Can they get it through? I don't even think they get 1.
It's possible. The Golem survives. It is going to split into Golemites before it reaches the tower. There is a lot of there's a lot of bats there. With the Dark Prince, that tower could go down. Oh, beautiful giant snowball. Cleaning all of that up. And that is murder.
Oh my
she
gosh.
wrote.
The absolute BM to go for the left tower when the right tower had less HP. OP Gaming, are you serious? Just trying to go for the 2 crowns and having all the luxury in this world. Simon, Kingzone, I think, are falling apart.
It looks as though the wheels are slowly coming off their machine. They're not, you know, they're rolling downhill with no brakes.
They are no longer the best team in Korea, by statistics and by how they look right now.
I think everyone's looking shaky. I mean, they've had weeks and weeks of losing matches.
Sure.
And it seems to have affected them a lot more than we
And
thought.
this is what we were kind of referring to. You were kind of saying this as to, for these last 2 weeks, who can have the mental resilience to come back from such a drought from what has happened from the past few weeks? And all the Korean teams, all 4 teams, have experienced it just the same. Losing every time. But who has the resilience for these last 2 weeks to bring some positivity up and to actually play like a real team to make sure if they get to the playoffs, they can play with the right mindset to go up against the Southeast Asian, to go up against the Japanese teams again and find a little more success. Seems like the other teams, OP Gaming, Sandbox, they're doing really well. OG and ENTUS has been looking good even through the losses. And I think Kingzone might be the worst one out of those that really hasn't caught up back to the standard of what they really need to be.
I don't know, judging by today's games, like, even Sandbox didn't look as good as they have done the last few weeks.
True.
Like, even though they were losing, they were still playing really well.
Yeah.
And then today, they won, but they didn't do it in any kind of convincing style. So I think everyone is suffering here. We have a timeout called by Kingzone DragonX. So we are going to go on for another 35 seconds here. Like, yeah, I just think the Korean region itself is looking shaky. We saw some amazing games last night from Southeast Asia.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to see amazing games tomorrow.
Yeah.
But the Korean region's just a lot shakier than those regions.
And the overall quality of these games are vastly different from the Southeast Asians and the Japanese regions, showing top-class Clash Royale. And, I mean, for Koreans, they're finding just inches of difference to find the answer, to find the winner right there, and nothing convincing to me about these 4 teams, and no team has really convinced me that so far that they are going to be the ones who represent Korea proudly and beat out the other regions for Japan and Southeast Asia. So far, it doesn't seem like it's happening.
Yep, but we're about to get into Game 2 between Big Daddy and July from Kingzone DragonX and Oichan and Chasu from OP Gaming. Let's see if OP Gaming can close off set 1 here. So Big Daddy and July really need something special now to get back into this. They looked a bit wet behind the ears in Game 1.
I don't like that feeling. I'm sure they don't either, because, you know, whatever that feeling really does to you, it doesn't give them the win. It doesn't give them even a hint of thinking that they're going to win. And we're going to see a Golem and the Nightwish to start things off for OP Gaming. And this looks a lot better than the Golem that was sent out by Kingzone last game.
Yeah, no Royal Hogs this time for Kingzone DragonX. Sorry, for the opposite team facing the Golem. So, you know, they're not going to be punished quite as hard as Kingzone DragonX were when they played this deck last time.
Okay, yeah, look at this. See, does that come through? It's going to allow the Golem to reach the tower. That was very nicely done to get the explosion damage right on target. It's good poison.
Guards there. Poison comes down. That tower doesn't look very healthy. 1,500 remain.
Yep. And that Lava Hound literally came to naught for Kingzone DragonX on that one. Yeah, I mean, the wet feeling in your ear, behind the ears that you were referring to, Simon, it still might not be dried up enough. It's quite wet still.
Yeah, we see the Golem and Nightwitch reloaded for OP Gaming.
And a Lumberjack.
And a Lumberjack. And if this goes on again like it did, oh, in a Graveyard, what do they have to defend? The Lumberjack goes down.
Oh, the raged up Graveyard right now. And this is going to be tough, tough, tough. And the poison is going to knock out the guards, knock out everything inside. And that's going to be a tower all the way down to 1108 with no counter attack opportunity for Kingzone.
I mean, that could have gone a whole lot worse for Kingzone DragonX. They did manage to take just a little bit of damage that time, but as you said, they had nothing to turn into an attack there. And they're going down the left-hand side. They know they have to get this trade. But what this means is that OP Gaming can just leave that Nightwitch and Golem to take that tower. They don't need to put the Mega Minion there.
The Mega
Balloon, though. Oh, I bet OP Gaming wish they kept that Mega Minion for the Balloon. The Balloon actually goes unhindered. Clone looks like it's coming in anytime soon.
Oh, God.
No need. Tower goes down. My goodness.
Okay. This Golem gets the tower. 16 HP, so it will go down. So this double Lava Hound will get this game back to even. So all of a sudden, Kingzone is ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you just let a Balloon and a Lava Hound and another Lava Hound get to your tower. Of course it's going to go down. Was it worth, like, they could have taken that tower just with the Nightwitch and the Golem,
yeah,
and then left and then used everything else to help defend. They had a Mega Minion go down that right-hand side, and he would have been so much more useful going against the Lava Hound.
Definitely would have. And it is a decision making that went wrong for OP Gaming. And you can see Lava Hound now on the right side now, just looking to finish off this game. Can they though?
Well, they're building up this push that they used last time.
Lumberjack.
And once again...
Oh no, the Lumberjack isn't pulled in. The Lumberjack is not pulled in. This is a disaster, 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 disaster. The Mega Minion will get the swipe, and that is it. King's Own DragonX coming out of nowhere, and literally, I would say, almost a throw from OP Gaming on that one. That was their game to win.
It was their game to win. They just never defended that push. The first time it came out, they just summoned the Golem, the Night Witch, down the right-hand side. That would have been enough. You could have left that go towards the tower, used any remaining elixirs to defend. Like, even if you don't take the tower, it's probably going to do damage, right?
Yeah.
They summoned the Mega Minion behind it, behind the King Tower, and I just feel like that was their mistake. That's how they lost this game. And then they never really kind of tried to defend it. Because the second time we see that push, out comes, you know, they don't defend again. They try to push through with the clone attack. And the clone attack is clearly slower than a balloon on your tower.
You know, we're talking about 3 elixirs that make all the difference today. It happened again.
Look, they played the Mega Minion on that left-hand side after already seeing what was happening on the right. Why? They didn't try to defend it. They thought they could trade, but the Golem does not move fast enough to try and trade that.
You're frustrated.
I just think, like, it could have gone so much better for OP Gaming.
It definitely could have. And I think that's why I understand why you're frustrated, because it doesn't seem like a deserved win for Kings of almost, because
they were on the back foot all the time.
For the entire game.
And then they have a double Lava Hound Lumberjack balloon push.
Yeah.
And take a tower. All right, it happened once, but you know it's going to be coming again.
Yeah.
You know that's going to be reloaded because that's their win condition. And then they just kind of gave up. OP Gaming didn't even try to defend it.
It's like that.
I mean, it's hard. I'm not going to lie. It's hard to defend, especially when the Lava Hounds kind of just walk. Like the first time, the balloon just went past the bomb tower. Second time, balloon was pulled by the bomb tower, but this time both Lava Hounds went through.
And the Lumberjack.
And the Lumberjack. It's hard to defend, but at least try. Because you know your push is not quick enough to finish that. You cannot race against Balloon, Lava Hound, Lumberjack with a Golem Night Witch. You're outsped completely.
Well, Simon, you're frustrated, and I understand why. And I'm frustrated too, because just like that balloon freeze deck we saw from that 1v1 from July, it really seemed as if Kingzone should not be on set point right now, but they are. We're going to go into game 2 to see if Kingzone can finish off this job against OP Gaming, who has now just lost 1. We're going to see if they lose 2.
I'm being very harsh, but it definitely felt like OP Gaming snatched
deserved
defeat from the jaws of victory.
Exactly, it's deservingly harsh. I mean, it's really referring me back to July's balloon freeze deck, where it worked twice. It happens once, but it's not supposed to happen twice.
Yeah. Well, we see the bomb tower there, and the Mega Minion easily make mince meat out of the Royal Hogs, and raged up. Mega Minion takes out the bats.
That's a great defensive strat right there.
Yeah, who'd have thought? Who'd have thunk it? Okay, we see the mini P.E.K.K.A coming down the right-hand side, and a miner to defend. Lava Hound and Balloon already summoned, and this time the Dark Goblin is going to be there on defense. They're trying to defend it this time round. In comes the Hogs, split 2 and 2. Guards on one side. All the guards were on that left-hand side, which leaves the Hogs on the right-hand side just to go to town.
No communication from Kings of DragonX. That's simple as that. Put 1 guard on the left, put 1 set of guards on the right. And that would have done more better defensively, and it wouldn't have given such a good value over the start log coming from OP Gaming.
Yeah, but the bomb tower will stop it this time round. This is very similar to what we saw in the last game, I think it was. OG and ENTUS did something like this, or was that Sandbox who did the Hogs? with the bomb tower. One person having bomb tower.
It's been a long day, Simon.
It could be anyone. Anyway, we see the miner at the back again, given free reign onto this tower. The Mega Minion eventually turns around to him, but not before 1,144 damage is left on the tower.
I feel like it was sort of like this in Game 1, where OP Gaming did everything right on the first few minutes of the game.
Yeah, we see that balloon though. The balloon pushed out by that snowball. One drop. Is it going to get two?
Second drop.
It does, and he takes the tower down again out of nowhere. Kingzone DragonX with the balloon play, taking out the towers. Are they going to be able to defend here? The miner once again completely left alone on the back. The bomb tower is trying to take out the hogs and does so. Mega Minion there will take out that miner. If OP Gaming can take one tower, they will carry a huge advantage into sudden death. There we go. OP Gaming have a huge advantage right now. The balloon not going to make it this time.
The balloon, it will.
It gets pushed by the Lava Hound explosion, makes it to the tower. And that tower is going down, but the miner is going to be answered by the guards. 6-3-7 against 2-4-6.
OP Gaming, how do you lose the game in 2 pushes?
Well, when you got 8 hogs running down the tower like that, it's going to be very hard. Snowball, bomb tower, is it going to be able to delay enough? Is the tower going to go down? It's hard to tell. 111 remain.
Nope.
Fireball there will finish it.
Oh my god.
Kingzone DragonX.
Oh my
effective
gosh.
balloon play, but once again they snatched the victory from the jaws of defeat.
OP Gaming had the freest wins in that game 2 and loses the game in 2 pushes.
That time in game 3 though, it was a bit more like perfect timing on the balloons, right? The balloons just worked this time. It didn't feel like OP Gaming tried to give up. They tried to defend it. That was fine. And they took that one tower, like they equalized, and they had a huge advantage. Their tower was at full HP. Kingzone DragonX's tower, 800. Yet somehow Kingzone DragonX pushed through and just take out the tower.
Makes the game look quite easy when you can do that, when you feel like that 2v2, if you can get the right combination going, you can get the tower down very, very quickly, and this is not what we expected. We thought that Kingzone was having a little bit of trouble of coming back into this format where this Season 2 has been looking tough for them, even if they were holding that first place position for the longest of time, and they were looking tough against OP Gaming. OP Gaming seemed to have won both games actually, and ended up winning none.
I'm going to say, if you know nothing about Clash Royale like we don't, we know nothing, you would say that the balloon is OP, judging by what we saw in Game 2 and Game 3 here. Because Game 2 and Game 3, the balloon is the one thing that just turned everything around.
But the caveat of a balloon always is, it's very difficult to escort that balloon onto the tower.
Yeah, we know that, but imagine if you knew nothing about Clash Royale and you saw what happened there. You would be like, why is the balloon even a unit? It's just too strong. They made, like, Kingzone DragonX made it look easy to get balloons to towers. Ridiculous.
Oh,
it's
man.
not easy. It's one of the hardest things to do in Clash Royale. Because, like, so many things will pull it. It'll get distracted by a fly. Like there, miles away from the bomb tower. But it doesn't matter. They still managed to get the tower down. It's nuts.
This was the craziest game, man. It's Game 3.
It's very much like Jin TV versus Thunder in Sandbox, where it looked like Jin TV had the advantage all the way up until he didn't.
For 2 games in a row.
3 games in a row, basically, between... Oh, this time 2 games in a row, but, you know, Thunder, the Sandbox game, it was 3 games in a row where it was...
Holy cow, look at that. That balloon makes it.
Yeah, even with the snowball, the Inferno Dragon was just distracted. And when the Lava Hound popped, it pushed the balloon closer to the tower. I think it might have dropped just before that, if it wasn't pushed.
Oh my word.
Oof. Good games though.
I am in disbelief for today's game. It's been so chaotic. It's really been turning my mood into a roller coaster. I'm really happy for a certain team that they've been playing so well in Clash Royale, and they suddenly lose. And this has been happening all day long. I don't know if I can handle this emotional turmoil that I'm going through right now, Simon. Gotta hold me.
Look at that stat. Never lost against Korean players in both Season 1 and Season 2. Why wasn't Ho put out against TNT in the last game? If he's never lost to a Korean player.
He's never lost, but he hasn't won that much either.
He won a decent amount last season, but it was always 2v2, I think, last season.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In 1v1, this is talking about 1v1 though.
In 1v1, he has beaten Dabong TV, and that is the only Korean he's played this season.
So that stat is like...
But last season, I think he played 2 or 3 Koreans, and you know,
Yeah.
that's like 4 wins. But we see here, Dabong TV is looking for revenge from earlier on in the season. Ho's only victory is against that man right there, who's going up against him again. Will he fall, or will he get revenge?
I still can't believe OG's decision to put down that's his thing. It's like saying when a football team wins their first game in a season, right?
Top of the league.
They're undefeated. They never lost a game, but they only won one. That's literally what it's saying. Oh, hasn't played that many 1v1s.
Yeah, but I think he played a few last season.
Very few.
There were times when Expo Master was sick, they put Ho in. But I think that was against the Japanese teams. I'm not sure.
It was very, very few.
Yeah. Anyway, let's see if his streak can continue as Ho, apparently the Korean Slayer, takes on Dabong TV in set 2, game 1 here in our last match between Kingzone and OP.
You're absolutely a man of hilarity, Simon, and oh my goodness. Ho, the Korean killer, is what he is, and we're gonna
Apparently the Korean Slayer.
he is not. Just letting it out there. He's lost no games, but it's like that thinking emote. You know what I'm talking about? Where on Twitter they do this gif of the thinking emote, and what it does is like, you can't lose any games if you don't play any. I've seen that emote before. It looks quite good. I feel like this is a correct description of what Ho is going through right now.
Can't lose games against Koreans if you don't play games
against the Koreans.
Koreans.
That's what I'm saying. You heard that before.
Actually, he hasn't even lost in 2v2. Do you know how many times he's faced Koreans? Against Koreans in 2v2? Another one time.
Enlighten me.
He played with Expo Master against Q-Mills and Shad and Smooky. That's it.
That's it? Okay.
Undefeated against
He is
Koreans.
undefeated. He just doesn't lose. This guy doesn't lose.
All right, so we've seen a lot of back and forth. Dabong TV looks like he's bringing the P.E.K.K.A. bridge spam deck, right? That's what it looks like. And we...
Yeah, Dabong TV should be another P.E.K.K.A. deck. That's what I'm probably assuming it to be. But it is a different combination of that, so it is a little bit different from the typical archetype that was.
We could see it being Mega Knight instead of.
Could be.
That
very
is
much.
the
Very much.
Usual change we see in that deck as well.
Very much could be. You're very much right. Yeah.
Hunter is one of the best defensive cards.
I do agree. It gets out the ground units, gets out the air units, and one of those tanky units, it does very, very well against it as long as it's protected.
And position has to be correct. If you miss the position of a Hunter, it goes down with the poison damage. The Barbarian is going to get a couple of hits in here.
Ooh,
the bandit charge.
It's going to get in.
This is not
Ho
looking good.
might lose a game here, Simon.
It is possible. 200 remain. And that was just really rough. We see Ho now throw out the graveyard. Will he be able to make this where the Barbaro comes in? And the Battle Ram charging down that right-hand side. Is it going to connect? No, the Rascals managed to stop it before it gets there. But I think everything here is going to connect. Nope.
Very important. The Bandit will now charge through and just try to get the charge onto the tower, but it will get stopped by the Furnace right in the middle side. And look at this Barbarian finish off the Furnace. So that's 4 elixirs gone right there from the structure. And we will see what this Rascals can do. And the good Barbaro will do well. And the minions will stop all the damage coming in. And the charge coming from the Battle Ram.
Yeah, the Battle Ram connected. The Bandit is there and she charges in as well. And she takes out that tower. Ho is down. But a count. Game in this set 1.
Two count. Oh, that was so close.
Game 1, Dabong TV made that look far too easy. Great control deck by him.
But how did he win against the Korean killer?
Let's not talk about it. Sometimes stats are, stats are misleading.
But they definitely led that one. They led it in the most extent to that leading. It was the most led statistic I've ever seen by OGN. He has not lost to any Korean players.
Yeah, well,
Had to write down the
he's
caption.
up by 1 here. Can Lebong TV close us out 2-0 and take us to another King of the Hill? Yep, definitely possible.
Yeah, that furnace was a little bit unfortunate. If that fire spirit was right now in the radius for that bandit, it would have charged onto it instead. Bandit would have charged onto the furnace instead of the tower. So, unfortunate break for Ho, to be honest, but still takes that loss.
Yeah, Ho never really managed to get the graveyard to work. He just couldn't get the connections he needed. Furnace is an interesting choice. Like, we've seen a lot of Furnace today.
Just go with the Tombstone. It's always better. I mean, Tombstone works well, I would have to say, with the Royal Giant because it clears out the units that are going to be just measly just in front of that. Like, any type of skeletons, any type of goblins, any type of bats or anything like that. Any small little units that really just cheese on the Royal Giant to kill that. The Furnace is a great combination for that one, along with the Fire Spirit, the 2 listed for that. But we are going to go with game 2. And then you were pointing to me that the Royal Giant is banned out, which is exactly why the Furnace is not a good card. But we'll see if the Tombstone makes its return here on this second game of this match. Let's go into it. I knew that the Royal Giant was banned out. I knew that.
Yeah, but it seems weird to put Furnace in there when you've banned out Royal Giant.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, hello, ding dong, Barb Hut, right in the middle, and a Skelly Barrel Miner.
That's the new meta. It really is the new meta. Skelly Barrel, do you have anything for it? Do you have anything?
And the Barb Barrel was mistimed.
Eeh.
That is, I'm gonna say, that is a very difficult timing to try and do.
Just don't try to be too greedy with that timing. Just literally see the skeletons come out, and you'll still not be late.
No, you will take damage from it.
No,
they turn around very quickly.
I found it to be not as difficult, but I do have to agree with one thing, is that the timing is a little bit different than your normal online games, than when you have these custom-made games for the competitive play. So when you thought you put it kind of late enough in a regular online match, because of that latency that's naturally there, it's a little bit too early.
Oh, the cannon car connects to the tower. Ho is getting some very good connections right now. 953 on the left, 177, 1722 on the right. The Flying Machine does turn around and take out the bats. A Miner comes through. Nope, nothing getting done there. A couple of hits, bats to answer him. Bats are really good for their cost.
They are, and they seem OP until they are just slapped away.
Or even just a tower just, targets them like that, and you don't need to answer bats alone.
There are many, many things that can take out bats, but once they're protected, they look very, very strong.
That's why Night Witch is really good with golems.
You and your love for Night Witch.
She's best waifu. Anyway, okay, Barbarian Hut again in the middle. We see the Royal Ghost to kind of take out the goblins that were there, the spear goblins in the mortar. Connecting with the Barb Hut is kind of bad here for Ho. He's not going to get enough value out of it if he keeps going. Magic Archer there locks onto the Miner, not the bats that were coming in.
We are going to be going to this Flying Machine that will not be connecting onto the tower, but it's going to go onto the little Barbarians in the end. But look at
the
this.
Flying Machine actually connected onto the tower there. The Magic Archer gets 1 or 2 hits. The Royal Ghost, that is down. Ho looking much more comfortable this time round.
He's looking like a Korean killer, as we expected him to be, and you're going to see the Skelly Barrel not going to reach the tower in time. That will surely be a GG. 5 more seconds left to go in. WTV has no way in the world to get 1701 damage. And that'll be Ho picking up yet another win. It's going to be him putting it back to game 3. See if he can get the victory again to still remain undefeated in these set scores.
You keep bringing that up. All right, Game 3 between these two. Game 1, Ho looked very, very shaky. Game 2, he looked a lot more solid. What are we going to see? Are we in Game 3? Do we think it's going to be the solid Ho? Or do we think it's going to be spaghetti Ho?
No, we can't have the spaghetti Ho. That's not the good Ho. We know this.
So we want the solid Ho in
yes,
Game 3.
Of course.
Game 2, look at the Magic Archer. They're just going to town. And
Really
then here,
good.
Flying Machine, bop, bop.
Yeah, it's the flying machine that takes all the damage there. And we thought it was the cannon card just for the time being, but it definitely was the flying machine with the minimal amount of HP. Still good enough to take out damage. And obviously 1701 wasn't going to come easy for Dabong TV in the last 5 seconds. And that will give a very much a deserving victory for Ho, who was a solid Ho in that game too. Let's hope he doesn't turn spaghetti on this game 3.
Yeah, well, we're going to find out very, very shortly as we move into set 2, Game 3 between Ho and Dabong TV.
It is match point, where
It
Ho
is.
get one more win, and we might finish before 11 p.m. Very well could happen.
Yep, but we're about to get into this game. Will Ho take the victory for KingZone DragonX and reinstate them at the top of the table? Or will OP Gaming take this and keep their playoff dreams alive? We'll find out very shortly.
Here we are. Ho going for that undefeated record is still ongoing. Just needs one more win. And in addition to his individual accomplishment, it will add to the team result of KingZone finally getting a win for the first time in forever, basically.
Yep, first time since they, I believe, since they beat Ponos.
How long ago was that?
Oh, I think they beat AHQ after that.
Did they?
Yeah, I think so. I think that was the last. Yeah, AHQ was the last victory.
Anyway, it's been a long time.
It's been a long time. All right, we see guards from Dabong TV and the Baby Dragon there, and we see Bandit, Barb Barrel, and Ghost. So it looks as though Ho is bringing the control deck,
Could be.
and it's hard to say what Dabong TV is bringing. It could be anything. There is a Lava Hound, so maybe Lava Hound Balloon from Dabong TV.
Ooh, the
here.
Royal Ghost doing a lot of damage. And the Hunter. This is its primary use to go up against these area units like the Lava Hound with a 4 elixir trade.
Pups are going to get a decent amount of damage in there, and the
Minions doing
Inferno
a
Dragon,
fantastic job.
yeah, answered by the minions and the thing. And there's a Battle Ram charging in. Actually goes for the Graveyard though. This is why Graveyard, Tombstone is better than Furnace.
I agree. I very much agree that Tombstone is a very, very strong card in the meta.
Minion there got 2 hits, down to 9-11.
You're going to go for this blind bandit and hoping that you connect.
Well, I mean, the barrel was pretty on point there, taking out the guard shields. The minions will go down to, yeah, the tower. They're going to get 2 or 3 hits in as the Royal Ghost creeps up onto the tower. Is it going to connect? 1 hit, 2 hits. Does Dabong have nothing to answer? Is he just going to let it go?
That's the tower.
He just had to go. So he's going to go all in with this Lava Hound push now. And what that's done is allowed Ho to do this counter-attack where he's going to put a Bandit in the pocket. Battle Ram as well. Minions there. Everything is just going right for Ho. And the Hunter will take out the Lava Hound. But
he was perfectly done. And the minions there just to predict that in time. But the Lava Hound will indeed go down. So this poison is a very nice one from the side of Ho, and the minion is there once again to make sure this Infernal Dragon doesn't get into funny business. And we're going to look at this bandit continue to imply pressure, and it's going to charge onto the tower. Just going to be ignored by Ho. Just going to be knowing with the double tower damage, it's not going to lead to too much in the end. The Royal Ghost going onto the left side, and really, if you are Dabong TV, you're just worried about getting this tower down. Can he do it though? Because all these minions coming through. 172. These Lava Pups doing a very good job. It does get it down, but he's severely behind on the left tower.
yeah, he took a lot of damage there to try and get that tower down. And Ho lets it go down. He did get a decent amount of damage done. And it looks like he's going to get it done again. Oh, the guard's perfectly timed there. And Hunter on the defense. Is he going to be able to defend this? This is quite a bit of stuff here. So he has 7 elixir to work for. The poison is there. Does take it out before it gets to the tower. Ewis comes down. Bandit. It's just
Nice
going to start
Bandit.
charging.
But it's gonna soak up the damage, which is more important to keep the Ewas alive to make sure this tower is very little unaffected. And we're gonna just make sure this 870 damage comes soon enough. And it's gonna really be the charge that is really needed for Ho to get this victory. He is so close to getting it done, Simon.
Yeah, the Barbarian gets one hit. There's a Lava Hound again. Hunter again. Hunter is such a perfect hand. Bandit in the pocket.
Oh,
with
no
so
defense.
much spent.
That's it.
We got. Oh, it's not poison. Is there?
Offensive poison. That's it.
We did not get Spaghetti Ho
No.
in game 3 here, as Ho controls that one incredibly well. Read it perfectly. Hunter for the Lava Hound, still unbeaten by a Korean.
Yeah.
Ho is amazing.
He is the most solidest Ho I have ever seen. He's quite great.
All right. Very well played. What that means is Kingzone DragonX do beat out OP Gaming here. OP Gaming not having a particularly good night tonight, but they never really lost too badly. I mean, game 1 they played today against Sandbox, Thunder was literally... oh, it was nuts.
No, I think OGN is above OP Gaming now. If I can kind of tell that correctly.
Maybe.
They will be even in match scores.
They'll be even in score. They'll both be 3 and 9.
But with head-to-head, I think OGN might have more wins than OP Gaming does. We'll have to kind of look towards that, but the standings will be very exciting as there's been a lot of changes in the standings. Kingzone are kind of back in the standings with kind of tied for first.
But they do have a game. They've played one game more than Sandbox.
Yeah.
Because they played, Kingzone played twice today, which means they're going to play once next week. Sandbox play once today and twice next week.
Okay, so yeah, I think you're saying that Sandbox is not currently first place right now because Kingzone got that extra game, so it puts them at 6-7.
Sandbox at 5-7.
Okay,
but
so
there is one game in hand for Sandbox.
Yeah, but definitely Kingzone time is done for the meantime. We're going to get back to next week, kind of wondering. So, in all, you know, Kingzone does retain their first place spot at the end, but it's not in the matter that you should be very proud of if you're Kingzone.
Yeah, well, what it means is that Sandbox have that opportunity to finish first place. If Kingzone won both their games today, Kingzone would be comfortably top.
Yeah.
Now it's like being on top of a pile of like wooden crates.
It is literally
it's wobbling left and right.
No, it's literally the opposite of what you just said. They're not comfortably on top. They're uncomfortably on top.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's on top of wooden pallets that are waving left and right, like they're trying to hold it together.
Is that uncomfortable?
Balancing the town. Have you ever sat on top of a really high tower that's wobbling to and fro?
No.
Exactly, it's uncomfortable.
Is
All right,
it?
that's why you've never done it. Okay, the Royal Ghost here, just, he had, like, Dabong let it go, realizing that it's probably better for him just to all-in push.
But he got the all-in, but the continual pressure from that Royal Ghost again from the pocket, and it's going to be tracking a lot of damage down to about 600 at 870 in the end, but still, you know, when you're already having your HP down at 870 to start off the second series of push, and then this Bandit connects, and it's going to be poisoned away, and it should be the easiest of wins for Ho to get to that one. So
yeah, Dabong kind of overextended ever so slightly. Maybe he should have just played for the draw, and because he was in a very bad spot.
Yeah. So
maybe playing for the draw would have been the better plan, but there was still 2 minutes left.
Look at that Prince cheating so hard right now, and he's really happy about today's game because we're going to get to the interview of Kings of DragonX after they finally got the victory.
네, 오늘 마지막 매치 승자인
It was our last match of the night.
선수들과 인터뷰
We're going to go with Kings of DragonX that just picked up the victory.
두 명의 선수가 올라와 있는데요. 일단은 먼저 줄라이 선수 오늘 소감
And with July,
먼저 들어보도록
how do you feel about today?
OGN 때 아쉽게 패배를 했지만
We did lose a close game to OGN.
대결에서 승리해서 기쁩니다.
And we're very happy to get the
혹시 그러면
victory
인터뷰
in the last
지금
match.
약간 말하는 말투만 들어봤을 때는 인터뷰 하기 전에 뭔가 적어놓은 거를 읽는 듯한
So it feels like
약간 코칭
you're
느낌이거든요. 뭐 그런
having
건
a little
아니겠죠,
bit
당연히.
hard time
네,
being
지금
natural
인터뷰하고
on
싶은 분들이
stage
많이
for this
되나요?
interview. How do you feel?
네, 인터뷰가 더 긴장돼요.
I think the interview is more nervous
좀 어려운
for me.
인터뷰가 되지 않을까 하는 그런 예상이 들기도
Making me
합니다.
more nervous than the
파이팅
actual
앞으로
games.
빅데이 선수에게 좀 이야기 좀 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 어떻게 2대1 2위 경기에서
talk
이
about
조합이
that
사실
2v2?
이렇게 많이 나왔었던 조합은 아니었는데
This is
오늘
a
좀
very
꾸준하게
uncommon
밀어봤습니다.
duo that we
뭐
saw,
느낌
but
괜찮았었던 것 같은데
how has it been
본인
in
평가는?
terms of practice between you guys?
저도 되게 좋았던 것 같습니다.
I actually had a good time
네.
during practice with July.
삐뚤어지고 기울어졌었는데
We were having a tough time in
아니죠.
the middle of the
때문이에요?
season.
저 때문이죠. 저 때문에.
I think it's all
여기서
because
또
of me
감사
not having played
근데
as well.
좀잘 잡힌 것 같아요.
네, 그래도 플레이가 아주 좋아가지고 이렇게 막 그렇게
think,
기쁘진
our
않지만
plays
그래도
weren't the
경기를
best.
이겼기 때문에
But at the same
너무
time, it
기쁜
was
것
good enough.
그러면
we got the win
사실은
today.
2대2 경기에서 이런 멋진 모습을 보여준 게 사실 한국 팀에서는 이렇게
Really, we
쉽지
haven't
않은
seen
일이긴
too
하거든요,
much
사실.
from 2v2 in
앞으로도 이
terms of the
조합으로
Korean
계속해서
teams
갈것
performing
같습니까?
internationally.
계속
How do you feel like you've been
줄라이로
changing
가는 그런
throughout?
느낌인가요?
그거는 일단 코치님의 힘이
네.
되게
I think
파워가
the
되게
coaches
크시기 때문에
do a very good
코치님이
job of
어떻게
giving us the right
라인업을
guidance in
짜시냐가
the right
되게 중요할 것
direction to
같은데
how
네.
play this 2v2.
어필 한번 해보시겠습니까? 더 잘 맞는 것 같다고?
코치님
He's talking to the coach right now.
코치님의 뜻에 따르겠습니다.
I'll just follow what you say.
그렇습니까? 확실한 이제 결정권자에 대한 어떤 그런 대우는 굉장히 좋습니다. 자 일단 그러면 사실은 이제 또 줄라이 선수 좀 인터뷰
We're gonna go back to July.
저는 줄라이 선수 좀 높게 평가했었던 게
And
그
people were
엑스포
saying
마스터
lots of good
선수에게는
things
이야기도
about
많이
you,
듣기도
and
했습니다만 덱메이킹이 기가 막히다고
it feels like your deck making abilities,
아이디어
compo-
뱅크라는 얘기를 많이
deck composition abilities is really on a positive note for you.
있습니까?
How do you think about that?
네, 오늘 쓴 덱 말고도 만든 덱이 몇 개 있어요.
Along with
그래요?
the winning
아직도
decks that
아껴놓은
from
게 또
today,
있습니까?
have some other decks
언제 쓸
that
거예요?
I've already made, so
플레이오프
hoping to use
가서
that.
쓰겠습니다.
Hoping to use that in the playoffs for
일단은
me.
기본적으로는 우리는 2위 아래로 떨어질 가능성은 아예 제로다라는 그런 느낌인 것
And maybe you
같은데.
guys think that you'll never be exempt from the playoffs?
아니요.
알겠습니다.
Yeah, I think so.
이 질문 좀 해보고 싶네요. 혹시 요거는 이제 빅데이 선수에게 좀
Yeah, let's
여쭤보도록
talk to
하겠습니다.
Big Daddy
냉정하게
about the
말씀해
next
주세요.
네.
사실은 아까 전에 두 번째 매치 끝나고 TNT 선수와의 인터뷰가 매우 힘들었거든요.
And the TNT,
제가 봤을 때는
we had a
줄라이
tough time
선수와
with
TNT
him
선수의
in the
모든
interview, but
인터뷰에서는 일단은 마이너스 점수를 좀 주고 싶습니다. 본인이
And
생각했을
what do
때
you think about
줄라이와
that in
TNT 중에
terms of
누가 더 인터뷰 잘하는 것
you doing a
같아요?
little bit better in the defeat today?
일단 줄라이 선수는 갑자기 뜬금없는 대답을 잘하기 때문에
I think July is good at
아까
giving
그런가요,
off random
네,
answers
그리고
to unexpected
되게 많이 많은
situations. So
반전을 보여주기 때문에
그래요?
I
인터뷰에서
think this is kind of his trait.
좀더 TNT 선수보다 많은 것
that,
같아서
you know,
we
줄라이
can
선수한테
appreciate
더
him.
높은
having
그래도
all the
약간 좀 예능적인 요소가 좀 더 있는
fun
선수로서
stuff in terms of the
줄라이 선수를
interviews.
또 뽑아주기도 했습니다. 자 오늘은 그 약간 중계진들 변화가 좀 있었습니다.
We did have
사실은
some change
준 해설이
in
아니라
our
이제 윤길라 해설이
Korean
왔는데
caster
마이크
desk.
선수에게. 사실은 이제 준 선수의 팬 아니겠습니까?
And
네,
I know
준
July,
선수가
you're a
이기는
fan
건
of
없지만
June,
준
but
선수에게
we're
나 오늘
getting
이겼다고 영상 편지 한번
Gala today,
부탁드려볼게요.
and
여기 빨간색 보이시죠? 네.
maybe you want to say something to him.
오늘
준 해설에게.
이겼습니다.
I won today, June. is what he just said.
쓰시분가 봐요. 준에게는 또 쓰시분가 봅니다. 자, 이제 중요한 경기 이제 두 경기 이제
We
펼쳤고
do
이제
have
한 경기
two more
남았습니다.
games
진짜
that you
중요한
guys just
경기.
did, and
샌드박스
one more
전이
does
남아
await
있어요.
you guys with
정말
Sandbox.
어려운 그런 경기가 되지 않을까라는
It's a
생각이 듭니다.
matchup, and a
마지막으로
very tough
샌드박스
team that you guys have to
전에
face up
혹시
against.
준비한 카드를
Maybe
꺼낼
you have some
예정이신지
important
숨겨놨어요.
strategies prepared up for this team.
마이크 대시고 줄라이표 요 히든 덱
네,
나옵니까?
아마 대회에 나오게 된다면 쓰게 될 것
If I
같아요.
do come out
본인이
in the
대회에
next match, I think I would choose try to use one of my
그러면은
secret decks.
엑스포 마스터라든가
Sandbox.
호라든가 뭐 이런 선수들한테는 본인 덱을 안 주는 거네요 그러면.
You feel like you're not gonna share
제가
that
만든
deck with
덱을
Expo Master.
이상하다고 별로 안 좋아해요.
Expo Master actually doesn't like my deck, so
않습니까?
don't
요거는
get to really
약간
share
논란이 될
that
수도
much with
있을 것
him.
같습니다. 어쨌든 뭐 호 선수 오늘 더 잘했으니까 본인 덱만으로 더 잘했으니까. 자, 빅데이 선수에게 마지막으로 또 각오 한번.
And with Big Daddy, let's ask
다음 주
how you feel about the next matchup that will
하고
happen next week around for you.
이번에 샌드박스 상대로 이기게 되면 저희가 1위
If we
확정인데
do beat Sandbox
이번에도
next week, it will confirm first place for us.
이미 한번 졌었잖아요. 그래서
since
이번에
we already lost
제대로 한번
today,
리벤지전
We
보여드리도록
want to make sure
하겠습니다.
we don't lose any
나옵니까?
more games from here on.
무조건 4대 0이죠.
We're gonna try to win
깔끔하게
at
네 게임
2-0,
잡고 나서
2-0.
마무리 짓겠다라는 그런 각오
네.
잘 들었습니다. 과연 또
So that
다음
was
주에
gonna
펼쳐지게
be,
되는 샌드박스전 어떤
With
경기
Sandbox awaiting for them, Kings of DragonX winning out today's games, hoping to win the next week's matchup that will secure their spot for the playoffs representing Korea. That will be very good for them, but that's gonna be the interview back with Kingzone, and this time we're not gonna go to a short break. We're gonna come back to us probably pretty soon here, Simon. How'd you think of that interview? You didn't never really get to comment on the interviews before.
That was alright. He's a very quiet lad.
Sure.
But OP Gaming Clash Royale did lose match 1 to Sandbox. the weirdest 1v1 set we've ever had, I believe.
Yes.
All right, Kingzone DragonX beat out OGN ENTUS. Oh wait, OGN ENTUS beat out Kingzone DragonX, and then Kingzone DragonX beat out OP Gaming Clash Royale.
That is exactly what happened here, Simon. Thank you guys for joining us on this one, because if you watch from the beginning of this broadcast all the way to this end, you guys are soldiers. You guys are amazing. And because you know, we had just a marathon of matches today with Korea really having a hard time winning matches because it took them a long time to do it.
You were right. OGN ENTUS, for the first time in Season 2, are not root bottom of the Korean region.
And OP Gaming definitely is.
3-10. I mean,
they recorded their first 10th loss in CRL Asia Season 2.
yeah.
What a
no one
record.
else has lost that many
What a
games.
record.
Congratulations
Congratulations
to OP
to OP
Gaming.
Gaming.
But OGN ENTUS could definitely join them, as they have to play a few games next week.
Yeah, for sure. And OGN ENTUS, but it seems like they're on a run of not really losing that many games from here. It's been the 3 out of 4 matches has been all wins for OGN ENTUS, by the way.
Yeah.
They only lost 1 match out of the 4 recently.
So for OGN ENTUS, I think can still make it, but it's rough. Sandbox need to lose to Kingzone. Sandbox
Yes.
need to lose to OGN. But whatever.
We're gonna worry about that next week because it's way in the future, and we're gonna worry about tomorrow because Simon, you'll be here with G-Cliff, and you guys are gonna have a lot of fun, I'm sure, with not as much of a marathon because these guys are actually skilled. These guys are actually good.
Korean players are really skilled too. We have Fav Gaming versus Detonation Gaming match 1. GameWith versus Ponos Sports in match 2. And GameWith versus Fav Gaming in match 3. Make sure you join us tomorrow because that is going to be off the wall.
Woo, it's gonna be off the wall, you say. But GameWith and Ponos, I'm very excited for that one because I feel like those 2 teams are still the 2 toughest teams that we have in this entire league, in my opinion.
Well, first and second last season, and they're still playing really well. I mean, Ponos Sports, I think it would be very, very difficult for Ponos Sports not to qualify.
Yeah.
It would take something that we haven't seen Ponos Sports do, which is lose games.
Yeah, they haven't lost games for a very long time now, ever since that rematch did occur between them and GameWith. And we do remember, the first time that Ponos Sports did go up against GameWith, it did end up in a Ponos Sports losing.
Yeah, and
So-
Kingzone are the only other team to take a game off Ponos Sports. But then
Yeah.
you have GameWith at 7-4. Fav Gaming at 6-5.
Yeah.
It's really, really close. Like the SEA region and the Japan region are so close right now and super duper competitive.
I mean, Detonation Gaming, I think at 4 and 7, they're 3 games behind GameWith. So I would say they're literally on the brink of not being able to make the playoffs. But I would say GameWith needs to win as many games as they can. And I don't think that exempts their game against Ponos Sports because even against the strongest opponents in this league, it really does require a lot of attitude from GameWith to make sure they bring in the grills to make sure they win the game here.
Yeah, they just have to win tomorrow. But that is all for tonight.
It is, and that's going to be it for Simon and I. We're going to have G-Clef back on the desk tomorrow for you guys for Sunday for Japan action in the CRL Asia Season 2. So thank you guys for watching. We will see you tomorrow for more CRL action. And once again, a huge marathon. Thank you guys for staying with us. And just, you know, what a day awaiting for us tomorrow. Japan is going to be very, very exciting. When are you stay back?
Can't wait. Look forward to it, and I'll see you guys all tomorrow.
So that's going to be it for us. And we're going to see you tomorrow, guys. We'll be back for more Clash Royale action. We'll see you there.